Should I even do Christmas music? Should I even do Christmas music? Am I gonna get like content stricken? I never get content stricken when I do my regular like music. So I'm gonna stick with that instead of like doing the Christmas music, because I guarantee you if I do it, I'm gonna get a content strike, and I'm like, why are you like this? Why would you be so terrible? Let's take a look here. I'm gonna pull up the YouTube no flags. We're gonna do that one instead. Ah, that's loud. I need edge, because I like have that like turned down at the system level, and it'll be better, in my opinion. Hold on. We need the full playlist. Where playlist? Where a playlist at? Playlist. All right, here we go. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. How psychotic is this? It's Christmas. What am I doing being a woke liberal on Christmas? Merry WOKEMAS, y'all. Let's see if we get any calls today. Let me get the phone number up. Phone. Self with chat. Let's get the phone. Phone. Main. Phone. Okay. Hello. Welcome. Merry WOKEMAS. Bud says, Merry Christmas to all the libtards and reptards. You know, let me make sure that my, oh, okay, we're good. Looks like it's got my, it's got it. Merry WOKEMAS. Debate a woke liberal live on Christmas. Looks good. I look good. I look good right there. Look at that. Which says Merry Christmas, Amender. Merry Christmas to you too. I hope y'all are doing okay. I'm having a good day. I wrapped a bunch of gifts for family. I'm one of those types that like, okay, you know, I don't receive gifts, but I give gifts. I got a few. There's a few gifts. I got a few gifts. They're nice. Mostly alcohol. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with good alcohol. Which says we had a good year, didn't we? Not for woke liberals. That did not have a good year. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This year has been awful. But it's Christmas. I got a few gifts. I got some funny gifts too. Buds McCool says Xmas is peak religion. Xmas teaches you joy and stuff. Peak religion? No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. Which says, I mean, for the channel, dork. Okay, in terms of the channel, it's been great. Yeah, a lot of people they like to knock on me for not having a good enough channel because I don't get enough viewers, don't get enough comments, don't get enough views. And they like to look at that as like, oh, well, that is an argument to why First Amender's ideas are wrong because nobody watches his content. I don't believe that. I think, I mean, if you look at my social blade, it kind of tells what happened. I'll show you here. Hold on. I'll show you. So if you look at my social blade, it's been consistently climbing. You know, you can see 3 subscriber, 1 subscriber, 1, 2, 5, 1, 3, 6. I understand these are very small numbers. I get it. I'm sub 1,000. You don't get 100,000 subs in, you know, a few days. That takes time. You have to garner a following. And then, you know, when you have that kind of initial following, then you can start seeing, you know, 100, 200 subs. Juicy Smell Rod is Santa a white colonizer who exploits the native population to fund his industry? He does exploit the elves. I mean, realistically, if Santa did actually exist, 1000%, he be exploiting them elves, you know? That's just coming from a woke liberal, but for sure. For sure. You're going to tell me you're sitting there overworking these elves year in, year out, and they don't get to unionize? Bro, you're exploiting them. Hold on, I'm getting a call. What the heck? Hold on. Give me a sec. My friend called me. See, I actually have friends, believe it or not. Air Llama says, what? Santa doesn't exist? Understanding that we are an 18 plus channel. No, unfortunately, Santa does not exist. I'm saying if Santa did exist, that dude 1000% is exploiting all of those elves. Unless if those elves have like a formal elf union and they're getting paid an adequate wage. Oh, hold on. Okay, my friend. Hold on. All right, give me one quick second. I am so sorry. My friend is at my door and he's here to pick up his present. So I'm going to give him that present and they're going to be on our way, okay? So can you just give me a quick second? Enjoy the Animal Crossing music for just a moment. It won't take long. Just give me a moment, okay? Hang tight. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I wasn't planning this. My friend, he's telling me, hey, I got my gift. You know, I'm ready for my gift. Just give me a sec. I'm so sorry. My friend, he officially got his gift. Officially. All right. So what was I talking about? All right. A lot of people, I got a comment, that was saying, bro, it's been 8 years. You're never going to grow big, said the naysayer. They couldn't be more wrong. And I'll tell you why. So for a majority of the time that I was running this channel, First Amender, I was not Debate a Woke Liberal. I was running it under the basis of trying to push a social media website that I coded from scratch called firstamender.com. It's still up, by the way. You can visit it. It's a failed experiment, in my opinion, humble opinion. I realized that when you give everybody a soapbox to argue their point, they are actually not interested in a soapbox, but more interested in shitting in the soapbox. It made me go, okay, well, maybe this is not, full free speech is not the move. With that being said, I think I probably several years trying to get that to work, and I operated under the moniker First Amender. So I made this YouTube channel. But if you actually look, overall, like when I ran that site for several, years, I wasn't really interested in making a YouTube channel. I just kind of had a YouTube account for several years. Anyway, if you look right here, you'll notice sometime around March of 2024, I had maybe, 30, 40 subscribers. I think about 60, if I'm being honest with you. About 60. And then I said, I'm going to make a YouTube channel. I'm going to actually make an effort. And so if you really think about it, March 2024, we're here in December 2025. It's been a year and a half. I've been running a year and a half. And ever since then, man, climb. You could see. Here, So the naysayers who say to me, First Amender, you're never going to get big. You're wrong. I will get big. I have unlocked the strategy. You will see. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion with a woke liberal on Christmas. Here I am. I was thinking of pulling up ground news. So I beat Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII, if I played that game when I was young, Blaze Steered says, Amender doesn't believe in Santa. What do you mean? No, hold on. I got a hat for this. Of course I believe in Santa. Of course I believe in Santa. Them dang liberals, they're the ones that don't want you to believe in Santa. You know what I'm saying? In reality, it's the liberals that want to make you pretend that Santa doesn't exist. Should I read the news? It's Christmas. Should I read the news? Blaze Steer says, Christmas is pagan. Let's see. Miss Schiff says, oh yeah, ex-Trump. Hat X shows true colors. That's so funny. I'm LARPing a retard. I'm LARPing being retarded right now. What do you mean the earth is round? That's just what they want you to think. All right. Gag's over. I'll probably bust that one out. No, my friend, he's a follower. My cousin, he follows me on this YouTube channel, and he decided to gift me a MAGA hat just to mess with me. It's pretty funny. All right, let's take a look at some, what do we got here? Powerball ticket has sold in Arkansas, wins $1.82 billion jackpot. That is wild. Could you imagine winning $1.2 billion? What would you do with $1.2 billion? if I had $1.2 billion, a huge majority of that would probably go straight into an ETF. So that way me and my family never have to work another day in our lives. It would just be like some dividend producing ETF. And there would probably be like, I don't know, maybe like a 501c3 that would create some sort of like philanthropic organization that dedicates to like LGBT causes. That's probably what I would do. Yeah. If I made $1.82 billion, I'd probably do that. Powerball ticket sold in Arkansas on Wednesday night matched all 6 winning numbers on December 24th, 2025, drawing a win of an estimated $1.817 billion jackpot. After a record $2 ticket price, a long jackpot run, and Power Play's $1 add-on fueled prize growth, drawings occur 10:59 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. The official winning numbers 4, 25, 31, 52, 59, with Powerball 19 2 times Power Play multiplier, while 8 $1 million prize winning tickets matched 5 white balls. That's wild, dude. What 2118 says, try and wear a MAGA hat in a university in the West and see how the diversity actually works. I mean, I believe that like it's not illegal to wear a MAGA hat or to like be like a racist or whatever. With that being said, I'm sorry, you are not free of consequence. Like imagine it's like, oh, all I was doing was wearing a white robe and had like a pointy hat. I don't see why everybody hates me. Like, you're not free of consequence, dude. Like, what? This is the case anywhere. Juicy Smell Rod says, I'd fund a cockfighting league in Southeast Asia and then I'd gamble the rest. Jesus. Sounds terrible. Midnight Shadow says, create a charity organization with that and be the Black Savior based. Mr. Socioeconomic Specialist based. Base. We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion. Also consider to subscribe. Very small YouTuber, so any amount really does count a lot. Let's see. For Arkansas, the win is unusually rare as this marks the only second Powerball jackpot sold in the state. While a $1.817 billion prize ranks the second largest in U.S. lottery and jackpot, attorney Andrew Stoltman warns winners face legal disputes. What would be the legal disputes? How does that work? Does anybody know how, like, legally, like, what would happen if you won that much money? What legal dispute would you have? You know? Let's take a look here. By the way, anybody who wants to call can call. If you want to debate a woke liberal on Christmas, here I am. I'm right here. I sent everybody home. And I was like, all right, I better get on the stream. Better start debating. South Park writer purchases the Trump Kennedy Center web addresses, plans... Get some J says, aw, so needy for attention. Maybe a little. Frista says, Merry Christmas, Amender. Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you all, too. Apparently, South Park writer purchases the Trump Kennedy Center web addresses. What are the Kennedy Center web addresses? On Thursday afternoon, the Kennedy Center board voted to rename the institution to include President Donald J. Trump, and by Friday morning, construction workers began adding his name to the exterior. Months earlier, Toby Morton purchased TrumpKennedyCenter.org and TrumpKennedyCenter.com months ago after following the takeover news, owning about 50 domains to build satirical sites rather than resell them. Legend. By the way, should I have a GIF? Should I have like a different GIF for my background here? Like this waterfall? Might be a good idea. Let me do a Christmas GIF. Let's do a Christmas GIF. Give me a sec. Hold on. Let me grab a Christmas GIF. I'm looking. I'm not going anywhere. I know it says I'm AFK, but I want a Christmas wallpaper GIF. Maybe we could do even pixel art. Let's do like Christmas wallpaper pixel art GIF. Let me look. Hold on. What's a good one? Here. Let's see here. What's a good one? Is this good? Let's see. Honestly, that one ain't half bad. It's got the fire on the right, Christmas tree on the left. I think it would work. Yeah, why not? Let's save this one. All right, hold on. This is a going to videos here. We're gonna do this is a Christmas background. All right, let me see what I can do here. Oh, just a fuck! Shit! Sorry. I did say that this was a woke Christmas, not that woke. My goodness. Holy shit. Did y'all see that? What the fuck was that? All right, let me get the wallpaper. We're gonna change. Maybe I think I gotta make another one. I'm gonna call it Christmas waterfall background. Let me see here. Image capture. Let's see. Christmas waterfall. I don't know why I called it waterfall. There's no waterfall. I just called it that to like make it work. You know? Ba-da-ba. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 boom, beep. Let me actually take another one. I kind of want to like, let's get that there, put that there. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? Look at that. Look at us. We're all Christmas themed and shit. We remove the waterfall background. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Hypothetically, how much would it cost to rent the Colosseum and have 100 men fight a roid raging gorilla to the death? To rent the Colosseum, like the Roman Colosseum? How much to rent the Roman Colosseum? Renting the entire Roman Colosseum for a private event isn't typically possible as it is protected by the UNESCO site, but Airbnb recently facilitated a special free gladiator experience for 16 people in May 2025 through $1.5 million deal with the park funding educational programs. All right, so let's start off by 1.5 million, right? Right? I'm assuming that. And then Metoker's son says diversity is gay. Well, I guess all of America is gay then. Chat, close it up. All of America is gay now. What is a woman? Depends on sex or gender. By sex, XX chromosomes, resulting in primary sex characteristics such as resulting in large gametes, and would be over 18 years old. In terms of gender, it's an internal sense of female, over 18 years old. There you go. That's woman. Better yet, is a woman female. Not all of them. Juicy Smell Rot says, so I have to conquer the country first. I don't know about that. Anyway, $1.5 million. 1,500,000, right? And then what else did you add? You had, it's 100 men are going to fight. How much should we pay these men for a night? Let's lowball it and say it's like, let's say it's like $2,000, right? Because you got to get them there, right? You got to get them like into it. So we're going to multiply that by 100, right? That's $200,000, right? Let's just assume probably about that. Be like, listen, we're going to give you $2,000 to show up at the Gladiator Arena, but you know, whatever accommodations you got to figure out, do it. Anyway, here's $2,000 to get here. You must get here, right? 2,000 is enough. You can get to and from with what? I don't know, 1,200 bucks. You've got another 800 available for your, accommodations. Yeah, about 2,000 bucks per person. So, 1.7 million. That's how much it would cost. There you go. I did the math for you. You wanna rent out the entirety of the Coliseum? That's how you do it. All right. Can we go to these websites? Hold on. Months earlier, Toby Morton purchased TrumpKennedyCenter.org and TrumpKennedyCenter.com months ago after following the takeover news. Owning about 50 domains to build the satirical sites rather than resell them. It's hilarious. Morton typically mimics legitimate political pages before satire appears. As with his... Ooh, phone call. You're on the line, First Amender.
Yeah, bro, you look like Michael Knowles' brother, the one that got Down syndrome.
Can I get your name?
I don't give a fuck what my name is. I don't give a fuck if you want to know what my name is. You just look like that, you fucking idiot.
So do you want to have any conversation with a woke liberal? Good talk. I'm glad the right is so intelligent. You know, they're very good at having conversations, letting conversations happen, for sure that guy won the debate, I especially liked the rhetoric of calling me a fucking idiot and that I look like a retarded Michael Knowles. I wasn't even wearing the MAGA hat. Really, I should be if I want to look retarded, all I got to do is wear this MAGA hat and then I'd be retarded. All right. So let's check out TrumpKennedyCenter.org. Is it down? All right. Just for the sake of safety, let me make sure that this is not porn. All right, cool. It's just a blank page, chat. It is just a blank page. But it could totally be a thing. By the way, if you guys are new here, welcome. I'm a woke liberal. If you like woke liberal content, consider a subscribe. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount really counts. Throw me a sub. Subs are free. Costs you nothing. Let's see. AZ Vocal Loco says, didn't some guy buy those domains a while ago? He's done domain parking before. Yes. Apparently Toby Morton, who is the South Park writer, purchases these sites. Morton typically mimics legitimate political pages before satire appears, as with Nancy Mace, U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene examples, and his fake Stefanik site, which uses fabricated headlines, while his Trump Kennedy websites have not gone live. Dang. Morton says there hasn't been contacted by Trump World and has received only lawyer inquiries, while the Kennedy Center website was relabeled Trump Kennedy Center, prompting some Democrats to call for Congress approval. There is talk that Trump might affix his names to other landmarks, including soon-to-be finished Washington Commanders Stadium, while Morton's forthcoming site critiques Trump's branding and cultural impact. How interesting. What 2118 says, I personally thank the woke for wearing nose rings and blue hair so I can safely avoid them. Don't worry, I'm safely avoiding you too. I see you with a Trump hat. Nope. If you're driving a Ford F-250, nope. just letting you know. I'm just gonna be like, all right, this is sub 100 IQ. AZ Vocal Loco says, oh, Lamau. I'm gonna say South Park guy now. Yeah, it's South Park writer. It's a South Park writer. That's hilarious. FEMA denies aid to Arizona counties after a disastrous monsoon flood. Sick, dude. You know, this is the third leading killer to black people, FEMA. Medicare Son says, you soy raging over a Trump hat? You were raging harder than me, bro. I thought your call was funny. FEMA denied aid to Arizona counties after monsoon floods caused an estimate of $33 million in damages, stating the disaster within state capabilities to manage. The flood... Arizona's like, help us! FEMA's like, you can do it. Wait, what are we paying you for, FEMA? You can do it. You got this. You don't need our help. Nah. Flood damage? Nah. You do that part. The flooding resulted in multiple deaths, damaging properties, and led to approximately $23 million in damage. Ooh, and on Christmas. Fabulous. This was published 1 hour ago. Awesome. The state intends to appeal FEMA's decision, highlighting that local recovery needs exceed their capacity. Local recovery needs exceed the capacity of FEMA? Why are we paying FEMA? Oh, that's right. We started defunding FEMA, didn't we? Oh, yeah, that's right. The Trump administration did defund FEMA. Is that true? Did the Trump administration defund FEMA? Let me Google that real quick. Let's Google it. I'm almost positive. Let's look. Ah, good. FEMA canceled $11 billion in disaster payments to states. The unannounced move came after President Donald Trump threatened to reduce FEMA aid, jarring emergency management professionals. The Trump administration canceled $11 billion in disaster payments to states in an unprecedented move that could signal a slowdown in the flow of federal funding after extreme weather events. Clap, clap. Thanks, Trump administration. Merry Christmas. The Trump administration said, hey, everybody, we're going to stop giving you funding if you reimburse states that need funding. And then when the FEMA ultimately doesn't give funding, I guess the question is, what's the fucking point of having FEMA? This is what Republicans do. Republicans, they get together, they go, hey, let's destroy this like otherwise functional system. And then when we remove the funding on this ultimately dysfunctional system, well, it doesn't work anymore, does it? Oh, okay. Well, I guess we don't need it. A little weird, don't you think? The unannounced move was revealed in a September 15th government report showing that the Federal Emergency Management Agency withheld $10.9 billion and it had planned to give 45 states in the final 2 months of the fiscal year that ended September 30. The withheld money, which hasn't been previously reported, was to reimburse the states for emergency costs related to the pandemic. FEMA said that it was shifted to fiscal year of 2026. The planned reimbursements, the report noted in small print, marking the government's only known acknowledgement that it had delayed payments. The report does not indicate when the money would be paid, raising concern among emergency management groups about the effect the move could have on state budgets and whether it has a sign of President Donald Trump's threat to reduce disaster aid to states. It's not something that we ever did in the past, said Michael Cohen, who served as FEMA's chief of staff during the Biden and Obama administration. It's highly irregular. Medicre's son says, Orange Man bad. I mean, considering he was threatened to withhold payment to FEMA if they provide aid to states who need it, kinda, yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, Orange Man indeed bad. Agree. What to 118 says, Orange Man very bad. How much virtue points did I get, too? It's a point-based system that's like, you know, it's like dunking in basketball or whatever. You got 2. Anyway, the state intends to appeal FEMA's decision, highlighting that local recovery needs to exceed their capacity. Governor Katie Hobbs criticized the decision, stating it leaves Arizonans without necessary assistance after severe storms. Wow. And it does look like that it's mostly center who reported on this, and then a couple slightly left. The dude I'm referring to, the name was Deepu Chandra Das. Okay. Merry Christmas, everybody. FEMA denying aid to Arizona counties after disastrous monsoon floods. Trump Energy Department scuttles planned closures of 2 Indiana coal plants. Scuttles? Like, not? Like, give coal again? Give coal some more? Hunter Biden touches kids and smokes crack. Unlike Trump, who definitely doesn't touch kids, right? Also, what proof do you have about touches kids? I would probably agree with the smokes crack. Also, Hunter Biden isn't Biden. I love FEMA concentration camps. Ah, yeah, that old conspiracy theory. I do love that you're very lost in the sauce. I love that. Fabulous. Richard Hardy says, maybe they moved the aid fund bottom surgeries for migrants. No. Donald Trump just canceled FEMA funding. He threatened to cancel FEMA funding, and so FEMA is not funding. Because Trump threatened to cancel if they give too much money away. So FEMA is just not funding. Fabulous. It's great work. Yeah, really smart, really intelligent. Yeah. Let's go ahead and involve like some stupid culture war, which is like bottom surgeries or whatever. That's just freaking retarded, dude. Barry Weiss defends 60 Minutes decision in a memo of CBS News staff. Pentagon confirms China's 6th-generation fighters are already flying. Taylor Swift gives $1 million to each American Heart Association feeding America. Cool. Based Taylor Swift. Based Taylor Swift. Medicre's son says, good. FEMA sucks. I'm in Florida. I can tell you right now, FEMA for sure works. You need FEMA. Just FYI, right? Like, there's a lot of southern states that 100% need FEMA. 100%. Like, you're only hurting your own voting base. If you want to defund FEMA, all right, I'll see you in the midterms. We'll see you in the midterms when ultimately it's the Republicans that wanted to pull away funding from FEMA. California declares state of emergency after Christmas storms threaten flash floods. All right, let's take a look. By issuing a state of emergency on December 24th, Gavin Newsom declared efforts to mobilize resources and support the California National Guard in 6 counties, saying California is acting early and decisively to do all we can to get ahead of dangerous winter storms. Multiple atmospheric rivers, including Pineapple Express, funneled tropical moisture into the West Coast, which saturated soils and burn scar zones from recent wildfires raised debris flow risks. Richard Hardy says, wasn't FEMA funding in hotels for the migrants? I mean, there have been stories of migrants needing to be like in a housing situation, and there was like a temporary housing issue where they just didn't have enough places to put people. And so what they did is that they like picked like a motel for them to stay for the night, which, I mean, what's wrong with that? Like, you have to figure something out, and that was a solution at the time. State agencies pre-deployed 55 fire engines, 10 swift water rescue teams, 3 helicopters, and over 300 personnel. San Bernardino County firefighters rescued motorists and checked homes in Wrightwood, while neighbors and shelters aided stranded families in Lytle Creek. Medicare's son says, deport migrants to the middle of the oceans. Hell yeah, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Yeah, you know what would Jesus love? Jesus would love if you physically grabbed foreigners and put them in the middle of the ocean. Smart, intelligent. Yeah, what a good idea. Let's take all the migrants and put them in the middle of the ocean. Jesus would love that on his birthday. Medicare's son, you're a retard. I just want to let you know that. You're brain rotted. Let's see. Any news about the missing $8 billion stolen and Tim Waltz? I don't know. I got to look that up. Life-threatening flash flooding continues today and tomorrow, the National Weather Service said, with closures on Interstate 5 and the Burbank Airport and Angeles Crest Highway amid 2 storm-related deaths. Forecasters expect additional surges on Thursday with 4 to 8 inches of Southern California foothills and up a foot in the mountains and more than 30.48 centimeters in some lower terrain mountain areas. Dang. I can only hope nothing bad happens here. Looks like to be an equal amount of right and left, maybe slightly more on the right. Let's see. Okay, Israel-Gaza news. Israel is to spend $110 billion on developing independent arms industry. Netanyahu. Cool. They got to keep funding that genocide, right? Medicare's son says, I don't know anything about Christianity. Oh, but I do, sir. I used to be a Christian and I read the entire Bible. Did you read the entire Bible? You fucking troglodyte. You fucking nose-picking, knuckle-dragging retard. Why don't you help me out there, Medicare's son? As if I don't know anything about Christianity. Tell me why you would not help your neighbor. Why would you not do that as a Christian? Let me help you. Yeah, would you on Jesus' birthday throw migrants into the middle of the ocean? Like you're fucking Augusto Pinochet, like a fucking gross idiot? Why don't you call in? Why don't you call in and have an actual conversation instead of be like, you're retarded, durr. Richard Hardy says, Queers for Palestine is extremely counterproductive. I agree. With that being said, I do believe that Palestinians have a right to exist. But yes, I agree. There's Muslims that are very much homophobic, in which case I'm against that as well. This isn't hard. People have a right to exist. I know, hot take. Hot take. People have a right to exist. Oh my God, wow. Holy crap, I'm like breaking new ground here. Fucking idiots. Why would you assume I'm a Christian? I never said I was. You attributed that to me. You assumed that. I sure did because you kind of implied it, retard. But if you think that if you're not a Christian and then you're judging me on being a Christian, if you're judging me on saying that I don't know anything about Christianity when I am not a Christian, but then you are also not a Christian, you would actually be disproving yourself, assuming your first statement was correct. Jesus Christ, you're stupid. What is wrong with these people? Why are you guys so stupid? Bro. All right. Straying military resources prompted Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, to reduce dependency on countries that ceased or restricted arms sales by boosting Israel's defense industries. Netanyahu said, we will continue to acquire essential supplies while independently arming ourselves so that way we can fund our ethno-state. He didn't say that. He said the beginning part. And that Israel's defense industries finest minds develop weapons for future battlefield advantage. Yeah, this is really dumb. Medicre's son, you implied plenty. He says, Medicre's son says, I implied absolutely nothing. You did imply plenty. You already implied that you are clinically retarded because you're a fan of Mr. Medicre. You implied that you're a worthless bottom-dwelling troll, is what you implied. Without you even saying anything, all you had to do is just show up as Mr. Medicre's son. Like, oh yeah, I'm pro Medicre. That you're a... Here, let's pull up your channel. See what we get. Ah, darn, we got nothing. Homie joined December 8th, 2025. He's brand spanking new. Look at him. He's all wet behind the ears. I wonder why he would be that way. Why would he have an account that's like only a few days old? Could it be because he breaks community guidelines on a consistent basis? No freaking way. The backseater YT4R4I says, First Amender is getting big mad. No, I'm just mogging you. That's what I'm doing. I'm mogging you, unfortunately. The move follows a long U.S.-Israel defense partnership with Washington approving $3.3 billion in military funding in 2025 and Netanyahu's earlier Super Sparta remark framing the drive for self-reliance. Ugh. Imagine comparing yourself as a nation as Super Sparta. Gross, dude. Bro, gross. Gross. Bodies, Iowa National Guard, fallen soldiers return home from Syria. USPS expands its last mile service bidding amid Amazon contract risks. Lion King child star Imani Smith killed. Boyfriend charged in death. Lion King child star Imani Smith? Who's Imani Smith? Oh, that's fucking cool. Virtual reality. Oh, you've reached the limit of your free daily articles. Do I have to subscribe? Should I subscribe to Ground News? How much is it? Let's look. I'm going to look. Subscription options. It's $4 a month. Should I subscribe to Ground News? Vantage Premium and Pro. 83 cents a month. $4.15 a month. I don't understand. All right, let me do this. Hold on. I gotta make an account. I love it. I love it. Nobody actually has any responses to anything. They just call me retarded. They don't actually have an argument. Zero arguments. Even though the phone number's right there, literally anybody can call in. There's nothing stopping you from having a conversation with me right now. If you want to have a conversation, let's do it. But if you're just going to sit there and just insult me, well, all right. I mean, you're the one doing it during Jesus's birthday. Let me take a look. Ground News. I'll subscribe. Give me a sec. Give me a moment. Why won't you answer my question about representation? I don't know, because you're a worthless troll? Purchase successful. I now have the yearly pro subscription. Total of $9. All right, now I can go back to Ground News. Skip. I'll explore my own. All right. I now have a ground news web page. Let me quickly make something super quick. Hang tight. Sorry, just give me a sec. Ground news. All right, back to it. Debate Jim? Is Jim even on like YouTube anymore? That dude got like removed like years ago. I'm actually astonished that he's even like around anymore. The backseater YT says First Amendment isn't even hashtag big mad anymore. Now he's just ass mad. I'm not mad at all, actually. I'm just astonished how many shitters there are on my YouTube channel. I don't really give a shit. Like, if you hate me, you hate me. You're the ones that are showing up on Christmas watching me. I'm going to keep arguing my woke content with or without you. All you have to do is just insult me all day long. Have fun. I don't give a fuck. Go fuck yourself. Y'all are pieces of garbage. Y'all hate watch me just to be haters. Go ahead and enjoy your fucking NPC haterade. I'm going to go be like an actual person. Media Watch says, are we restricted to the First Amendment only? What? But don't you just usually call them retarded and racist? Yeah, because they are. Medicare is still on YouTube. All right. Well, I stopped watching Medicare like when I stopped being 15. There's 23 shitters in here. Lol, you get so mad. Yikes. Yeah, I literally don't care. I'm going to argue my woke content with or without you. I don't give a shit. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see. So, Trump Energy Department. Ancient scripts still resist AI decoding efforts. Interesting. Researching or using AI to attempt to decode multiple undeciphered scripts following Minoan scripts like Linear A and abstract systems like Rongo, researcher says. What's Rongo? What? I want to know. What is Rongo? Rongo is a system of glyphs discovered in the 19th century on the Easter Island that has the appearance of writing proto-writing. Numerous attempts at decipherment have been made, but none have been successful. Although some calendrical and what might prove to be genealogical information has been identified, none of the glyphs can actually be read. If Rongo does prove to be writing and to be an independent invention, it would be one of very few inventions in writing in human history. 24 wooden objects bearing Rongo inscriptions, some heavily weathered, burned, and otherwise damaged, were collected in the late 19th century and are now scattered in museums and private collections. None remain on Easter Island. The objects are mostly tablets shaped from irregular pieces of wood, sometimes driftwood, but include a chieftain's staff, a Tangata Manu statuette, and 2 Ramiro ornaments. There are also a few petroglyphs, which can include short Rongo inscriptions. Oral history suggests that only a small elite was ever literate and that the tablets were sacred. Bruh, what is this? That is wild. Honestly, wild. I mean, just take a look at that frickin' thing. AWOL Thought says, let's talk about Tim Walz losing money left and right. Joey Juck says, what does he want to debate about? Just about anything. You want to talk to a woke liberal? I'm right here. Call in. AWOL says, First Amendment, how was your Christmas? Wonderful. I had a great Christmas. It was fabulous. Wonderful. Had a good time. The Backseater YouTube says, also, Dragon Quest is better than Final Fantasy. Deal with it. You know, I never played Dragon Quest. Not a single Dragon Quest game. Maybe I should. Right now, I'm currently playing through the remake of Final Fantasy VII. I actually just finished Final Fantasy VII off. I've been playing it while I've been debating. But I was like, dude, I just want to finish this game. And so there I was finishing it after off hours, and I did beat Sephiroth. I'm very happy about that. The Backseater YouTube says, dude, everyone in your live chat hates you. All right, hate me all you want, dude. It doesn't bother me none. You can hate me as much as you like. I'm right here. I'm going to be like a genuine person, though, and tell you what I believe. And if you disagree with like basic human rights and decency, then, you know, you and I aren't going to be friends, but that's okay. Let's see here. Peter Bills 4129 says, Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas to you too. AOL says, good to hear. Good to hear. You sure you want to do a live tonight? Someone might spoil your mood. I'm fine. Yeah, check out this Rongo stuff. This is cool. I didn't know anything about this. The small Santiago tablet to maximize the text wraps around the edge of K. Tablet K. What is it? It's so cool. I want to see like a close-up of Rongo. Rongo tablets may have been influenced by writing on banana leaves like this one. That's so cool. Look at that, man. That's wildly cool. Close up of the verso of the small Santiago tablet, showing parts of the line 3 bottom, 7 top. The glyphs of line 3, 5, and 7 are right side up, while those lines 4 and 6 are upside down. That is so cool, dude. Lines 4 and 6? What? The glyphs of lines 3, 5, and 7. How do I know what's right side up and right side down? Ah, that's so cool. Media watches, can you have a conversation without anger, insults, and everything like Parker fails at a right-wing boomer? Wait. Can you have a conversation without anger, insults, and everything Parker fails at with a right-wing boomer? I think so. I think I can do it. Rongo sounds like a village in Africa where the huts are made out of elephant poo. Okay. It's an Easter Island, so it wouldn't have anything to do with... I just think it looks cool. What culture or nation is this from? Easter Island. Did they have the wheel? I don't know. I think Easter Island would have had to have had wheels because they had those Easter Island heads, which were really big and heavy. So they probably had some form of a wheel. Look at that. Fuck it. Oh my God. It's so cool looking. I love it. That's incredible. Media watches Easter Island has an interesting history and a good example of evolution versus survival. Knotheads, full-on statues with bodies. Yeah, very cool. Yeah. You're talking about the portions that are underground. It's very cool. I mean, this is incredible. Apparently, this is undecipherable. AI has failed to decipher it. They have used abstract... Apparently, ancient scripts still resist AI decoding. Researchers using AI attempt to decode multiple undeciphered scripts, focusing on Minoan scripts like linear A and abstract systems like Rongo. What's linear A? Let's look that up. Linear A, Minoan. Oh my God, look how cool. That's cool too. AWOL says, hey, first, you know there's a lot of conspiracy theories about Easter Island and the purpose of those statues? Probably. There's conspiracy theories about just about everything. Linear A says a writing system that was used by the Minoans of Crete from 1800 BC to 1450 BC. Linear A was the primary script used in palace and religious writings of the Minoan civilization. It evolved into Linear B, which was used as the Mycenaeans to write an early form of Greek. It was discovered by the archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans in 1900. No texts of Linear A have yet been deciphered. Evans named the script linear because its characters consistently simply of lines inscribed in clay, in contrast to the more pictographic characters of Cretan hieroglyphs. Whoa, what the fuck? These are so cool! Wild. Joey Juck says, this is effing boring. Who would watch this type of content? Merry Christmas. I'm out. I mean, I'm waiting for a call. What do you want? I need a call. I mean, if you want to call in and argue with a soy boy liberal, I'm right here. I'll even wear my MAGA hat for you. See? See? Come on. Call in. Do you hate liberals? I'm right here. I'm going to hear you out. Anyway, let's keep looking at some news here. That's pretty cool. Barry Weiss defends 60 Minutes decision in a memo of CBS News staff. Barry Weiss? On Wednesday, Barry Weiss, editor-in-chief of CBS News, sent a Christmas memo defending her decision to pull a 60 Minutes segment on the Trump administration use of El Salvador's CCOT prison, signaled by Weiss, Tom Zebrowski, Charles Forel, and Adam Rubinstein. Weiss made the editorial call shortly before the piece was scheduled to air, arguing holding stories ensures fairness and helps win back the American public's trust. Motherfucker, what? Bobro says, no, Amender, tell me you didn't get a MAGA hat. Wrong. I didn't get a MAGA hat. My cousin bought me a MAGA hat for the gag. And it's a pretty funny gag, too. I can pretend to be retarded. Since October installation with David Ellison, Weiss has faced scrutiny amid Paramount's $150 million acquisition to the Free Press, while critics link the pull to political pressure from President Trump. Despite the U.S. hold, clips streamed on global TV and leaked online social media platforms, while Weiss said the segment will air once it meets standards, calling the pause difficult and important. I'm actually kind of curious, like, why would they do that, I guess? Why would they do such a thing? Oh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, Mr. Woke Guy. How you doing today,
Hello.
sir?
What's your name?
mediawatch, 65-year-old boomer.
All right, Media Watch. What you want to talk about?
I've watched a couple of your shows. I'm going to pay you some compliments real quick before we get into it. You seem to be a lot more calm than Parker does. I have confidence you're not going to throw a little fit, but I'm going to ask you some questions if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Experience, right? I'm 65, and I'm guessing you're maybe 30-ish, correct?
36.
Okay. And that's more than I thought. And understanding that me at 65, I was you at one time many years ago in the 70s and 80s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same idealistic attitude and all that stuff. But I do have curiosity as to your knowledge base. And it covers a broad spectrum. I am totally right-wing with the exception of abortion. I've never agreed on the abortion issue because I think there's a lot of hypocrisy on both sides. But when you talk things like, I don't know, Russia, your experience with Russia, your experience dealing with the previous previous Soviet Union and their intent. In other words, you come up with a lot of ideas that, Russia bad. Maybe not you, but the left in general. But we have no real practical experience. Or better yet, racism. How much racism have you experienced in your life compared to what you've read or watched on TV?
I mean, I'm white, so there's not a lot of racism that I physically experience myself, but I know plenty of people that deal with that sort of thing. And I can also observe it through our current police system and the way our justice system works, as well as a healthcare system. I mean, there's people even today, like doctors 2025, that think that, for example, black women have a higher pain tolerance than white women. It's totally false.
Yeah, I would disagree with that as well.
Yeah.
But by the same token, the reason I say that is I've had this conversation with others.
Keep talking. I'm going to step away for a very quick moment, but I have wireless headphones. I can 100% hear you. I'm just grabbing some water. So just go ahead.
Not a problem.
Talking. Go ahead.
Not a problem. My experience is growing up in the projects in the early 60s all the way up to 69 with my best friend Garrett, who passed away since then. He's black. I'm white. My experience is selling pop bottles all day. Just to walk up to the soda fountain, the snow cone stand, and be told that they couldn't serve Garrett, but they could serve me because it was a whites-only snow cone stand. And being told that I could walk around to the side and get a snow cone with Garrett. Now, at that age, you really don't think about that, but that haunted me my whole life. It bothered me, and Garrett used to get on my butt for even giving it a second thought. He had a different perspective, and he told me it's just the way it was. He told me that the guy behind the counter was just following the city code and policy. I can't hate him, and I had a lot of hate in my heart for that. Mm-hmm. It was embarrassing, but later on, and the rest of his soul, he's gone now, Garrett was right. We didn't make the rules back then. They did eventually change thanks to, some movements by Martin Luther King and everything. But you have to understand, and all I ask is the left wing in general, especially the radicals, understand that we've seen things that they only read about. We've experienced that, and they see it differently. They don't know what real racism looked like on a first-hand knowledge basis. And I'm not saying I don't respect what you study. You're very educated. I do respect that. But I think that a little more respect could be paid to the boomers, which seems to be a bad name, because they have seen things that many have not experienced as of yet.
I mean, some of the boomers that I've met, I mean, they're about as woke as it gets. Super pro LGBT, yeah. Super pro gay, trans, very pro minorities, very pro multiracial integration. And also the leaders of the civil rights movement, as well as leaders of the LGBT movement throughout the 70s. I don't have any issue with boomers in and of themselves.
Yeah, and keep in mind, respectfully, none of this is directly at you. We're talking, I'm totally right, you're totally left. We're speaking for our masses, right? So there's a lot of assumptions I'm going to make. Yeah. LGBT is a good example, right? They'll be the first ones to tell you that religion don't belong in school, but LGBT does. And I see LGBT, much like I do religion, both as cults. Neither one of them belong in school. Well, teach the kids the basics.
Well, I mean, if I had to imagine, right, for one, if you're an LGBT youth, I would want that LGBT youth to be able to practice safe sex, right? Like we afford cisgendered youth, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you agree?
Yeah. Like, do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So like the only instance of like where LGBT would be in schools would be in instances of sex ed, where it's like there's probably going to be about maybe 10% of the students that probably need a short LGBT lesson on what would be safe sex, or at least the safest sex you can do that happens to be gay.
Right, but at what age? I mean, what would you define the age?
Sex ed, I believe, starts, what is it in the state of Florida? State of Florida. When does sex ed start? Grades 7 through 12 and early as 6.
Yeah, I think I'm
perfectly okay with that.
I would probably buy off on 10th grade up, maybe. And the reason I say that is I've always told myself, okay, kids determining their own sex are the same kids that'll put a Lego in their mouth and convince themselves it tastes good. A parent does have a certain responsibility when they have kids to teach right from wrong, or, survival techniques, right? You don't want to go free willy. One of the biggest problems I see in the United States today is that parents want to be their kids' friends and not their parents.
Yeah.
And it causes a lot of failures that way. And
yeah,
like
I think the purpose of parents is to teach kids on how to be ready for the real life. That's not to be your friend. That's the way that I think about it, and that's coming from like I'm a super woke liberal. And with that being said, I think it is up to the schools to assist in sex ed, because we can empirically show that it reduces teen pregnancy, it reduces risk of STIs, and it reduces sexual abuse. And because it reduces teen pregnancy, abortions, all that stuff, it also improves socioeconomic outcomes, because they don't end up making life-altering decisions, such as having sex prematurely without a condom or having unsafe sex.
Agree 100%. And you touched on something real good there about sex education. As a sixth grader, how do you know that somebody is not taking advantage of you or something like that if you're not taught, right? So I kind of agree with that. It could prevent a lot of problems that we see today. But I also see the LGBT as a whole, and not, I'm going to say the same thing everybody else says. I got a lot of gay friends, right? Which isn't a cop-out, but they see the LGBT as manipulating a marginalized image to when they're really not, right? And they do it for gain. Mm-hmm. And the gay cake episode is a good example, right? We know why they went up there. They wanted to make a name for themselves, blah, blah, blah. That's okay. I get all that stuff. But also what you do at home with your spouse or married and all, whatever you want to do is no different than what I do at home. I keep it to myself. I don't go out there and parade around that this is my heterosexual wife. I've been married 39 years, raised 3 kids. I don't need people to know that. That's up to me.
Well, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, we live in the United States, and I believe every individual is bestowed upon them life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property, and under that basis, I think LGBT people have a right to exist free of harassment, free of being targeted by laws that are designed to discriminate against them in one way or another. For example, I'm pulling up this source right here from the ACLU, where the ACLU is currently tracking 616 anti-LGBTQ bills in the United States. And in my position, I go, okay, well, I believe LGBT people and are deserving of things like public accommodations, healthcare, access to schools, ability to receive sex ed as an LGBT youth, just as much as a straight person would be. And so, like, that's my position. I think a better world is met when everybody's needs are fulfilled.
Well, and yet, where that's appreciated, let me tell you, real practical experience. Again, I'm retired. I questioned that and challenged that in the 90s when we went to an HR meeting to tell us what a diverse company we were. I'm not going to name the company. And I looked around the room, and the person giving the class is a black female. Everybody else in there is white. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we're diverse. That's right. Yeah, look around. I learned that the gay community, some of these gay girls I had as managers, and I managed businesses all over the United States for the same company, were some of the best managers ever. And the struggles that they went through having to hide that, I agree with all that. But let me tell you the other side of it. 2 years into it, one of the best managers I ever had in my life, I noticed she was only hiring gay people. What's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not in favor of that either. Like I don't agree with you know, like you know, the kind of like the ultra woke kind of a thing where it's like,
Right.
you know, for example, like here, I'll just show as an example. Here's a funny picture here. This is a meme that just kind of came out years ago where it's basically like this what appears to be a very large black woman standing next to it looks like a paper board hanging up on an easel that says, "All white people are racist. PayPal me."
I'm not looking at the. I apologize.
I'm
not looking at the computer. I'm in the garage.
I get it, right? I get it. I understand, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not at that level. I'm not there. I just think that individuals have a right to exist. And I think that there's also people where, you know, certain socioeconomic factors that prevent a person from being able to exist at their fullest extent in comparison to that of cisgendered white Christian males. And so I argue, hey, let's break down any barriers that we observe that prevent somebody on the basis of their skin color, their religion, their race, their sex orientation, gender orientation. We live in America, and I believe in autonomy of all the individuals.
I agree with you, but again, I'm gonna throw some experience. These are true stories. I'm not lying to you. Okay. Growing up on the docks, when I worked the freight docks, my best friend, his name was James, was black. Mm-hmm. I was white. And we would cut up all day, break every HR rule in the book on the four docks, right? And I'm talking N-bombs drop, C-bombs drop. It didn't matter. Mm-hmm. When they brought a new supervisor in, a black supervisor who was very HR educated, he'd be walking down the dock and we'd start yelling N-bombs and racial slurs at each other just for the reaction, right? Mm-hmm. My point on that is there was a lot less tension when we were allowed to be that way with each other and not be fearful of words or actions because we really loved each other, right? As a group. Mm-hmm. We weren't racist. We just had fun with it. We seen comedy in it.
Yeah.
And it's turned into such a tension today that I think our approach has been wrong on the whole thing.
In my opinion, what I seem to observe is like, you know, you have a freedom of speech. You can sit there and say the N-word with a hard R, perfectly acceptable. You're not going to jail you could scream the N-word with a hard R in front of, you know, the entire street. You're not going to jail for that. It's not going to happen.
Not exactly true. That's not exactly true. Because of the hate crime laws, if there is racial slurs, it defines it as a hate crime at the time of the action. That's one thing that changed.
Hold on.
Which elevates it. Correct?
Hold on. I don't believe so. No.
Oh yeah, it is the law. That's what defines it as a hate crime. If you commit a robbery,
okay,
or let's say you commit an assault and you're throwing N-bombs down, it becomes a hate crime.
So, okay. So in the United States, what it's telling me is this is from the American Library Association. Mm-hmm. In the United States, you generally cannot be jailed for solely using an offensive word like a racial slur. It is largely protected by the First Amendment and the right to free speech. However, screaming the N-word can only lead to an arrest and potential jail time if the speech falls into very specific unprotected categories such as disorderly conduct, incitement to imminent lawless action, or true threats.
Correct.
So I mean, going out there and just screaming the N-word, you're free to do that as you see fit. We have free speech. Like you're not prevented. I mean, but at the same time, I consider, okay, while you have a right to free speech, you're not free of consequence. People can decide, I don't want to be your friend, and other people are like, okay, well, I'm going to hang up on you, or, you know, hey, we're going to, worst case scenario, we need to fire you because, we don't want your name tied to our company, for example.
Yeah, but one of the problems you run into on that is, and we see it today, is the justification of violence based on a word, right? It seems to be justified if I retaliate with severe violence on somebody using that. You know, I'm Irish.
I don't advocate for any kind of violence whatsoever. None.
Correct. And I agree. Now, I didn't want to take up a lot of your time. I'm going to tell you I respect you, but we do have common ground, brother.
I appreciate that. Now, I'd hate to throw a
haters,
wrench.
They don't represent all of.
You're good. You're good.
Don't represent us.
I wanted to kind of mention, because you had said something earlier regarding there was a lemonade. Was it a lemonade stand with your?
It was a snow cone stand.
A snow cone stand. My fault. Okay, so you were at a snow cone stand, and you show up to this snow cone stand, and they said, "I'm sorry, this is a whites only snow cone stand." Correct?
He said, "Your friend," didn't even name his name, "can go around the side, but I can only serve you." And then he followed up by saying, "You can go around there with him too."
Yeah.
Would not serve us both up front. It was in Oak Cliff, Dallas, Texas.
Okay, and then he said, don't worry about it. It's just the way things are.
Well, he later in life, at the time we were kids, we didn't know. Later in life, he counseled me on that. We remained good friends till his death. I was pallbearer at his funeral, and I get emotional because it bothers me to this day that I had to see that.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to crack, but
Gotcha.
What really disturbs me is somebody saying that, "Oh, let me tell you about racism." I said, "No, let me tell you about racism."
Yeah.
It bothered me as a white man more than it did a very smart and loving black man. And I probably take offense to it. I'll just be honest with you.
So what do you think about these? Have you observed kind of the Nick Fuentes types that want to deport immigrants out of the country by force if need be?
Man, that's a tough one because some of the best drivers I ever had in my life were illegals. We actually sponsored some to drive because they're hard workers. They're not all that way. But I have to ask myself, can I justify the amount of crime I'm seeing in Houston and people making money, $7,000 to $10,000 a week transporting them instead of getting a job like regular Americans do? It's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah. Well, it was good talking to you, Media Watch. I would hope you call back in. Are you subscribed?
No, but I will.
You sound like a very reasonable guy, and I hope we have more conversations like this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That was a very interesting conversation. I interpreted what he had said almost like attempting to justify the quote-unquote, "it is just the way things are," but he actually believed in the exact opposite. So I'm glad I clarified that. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, First Amender. Can you hear me?
I sure can hear you. What's your name?
My name is Pistol Pete.
Pistol Pete. All right, Pistol Pete. What you want to talk about with a woke liberal on Christmas?
Well, I'm interested in understanding your definition of woke.
Aware of systemic issues that result in negative outcomes and wanting to correct the systemic problems in society.
Okay, so those would be both racial and social?
I would say so, yeah.
And where did woke originate?
Woke, it just means awaken, like you are aware of these situations.
You're aware of the social disparities,
systemic issues,
systemic racial issues,
and social
injustices.
Yep.
And originally it was racial.
I mean, it's both. It's social and it could be either or.
So there's a difference between race and society?
There's probably an amalgamation of both there. I mean, if you're implying race, then society is immediately involved. But I suppose that it could be possible where it's exclusively race and one where it doesn't have race implied, but it's just societal.
Do we place an emphasis on one other than the other?
Emphasis. I don't. I don't like. See, me personally, what I consider to be the best possible society is a society where individuals can pursue the things that they find the most valuable. And what I want is as little
democracy.
Yeah, I want as little barriers for every individual as possible. And if there does exist a barrier, there better be a very good reason why that barrier exists. A good barrier, I would imagine, would be like, all right, if you have somebody that's walking around and killing everybody, we have a barrier in the sense that we put them in jail when they do that. This is so that way other people can pursue the things that they find valuable. And that's why we have that barrier as opposed to not. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, barriers to entry to any kind of, barriers to entry to many spaces, not all or most, but many. That's a good thing. Professions, doctors should not be doctors. They should not be practicing medicine unless they have the qualifications, correct?
I agree. Yeah.
And if we elevate individuals based on their ethnicity or their sex or their gender through DEI, is that a detriment to the medical profession?
If you're talking about that you remove requirements, then yes. But in terms of like getting initial funding, then no.
Funding.
Yeah, there are people that have socioeconomic challenges. For example, they can be born in a zip code where they didn't have as much money going to each student at their school, and as a result, they get a worse off education. This usually results in having worse test scores later on in life.
Where does that occur?
All across the United States.
All across the United
States?
Yep,
except for maybe 3 states.
Or only in Appalachia?
No, in pretty much every state.
Appalachia and Blue Cities.
No, it's pretty much every state. So here's the thing, right? Like the education system, the way that it is funded, a majority, I think nationally, over 70% goes straight from property taxes. Property taxes are garnered based on a percentage of the value of a house. And if you are in a specific zip code that has poor socioeconomic advantages, as in the houses are not worth very much, the amount of property taxes garnered is much lower going to the school as opposed to a more wealthy area, which would result, if you were born in that particular zip code, you get worse educational outcomes.
Okay, but First Amendment, that's how much properties are taxed in those cities or in those areas. But how much is spent on these students?
Well, it would be less.
No.
It's not less?
It's not less. No. For instance, my high school in the county that I live in, it's 65-35 Republican. We spend roughly 12 to 14,000 on a K through 12 education year over year over those years. If you look at blue states and cities, they spend anywhere from 16 to 18, almost 19,000. They spend more money on individual students.
Mm-hmm. I pulled up school fundings. Do poor kids get their fair share? This is from, what is this? What is this website? Urban.org. Stating research suggests increased spending on education improves student outcomes, especially among low-income students. This means targeted increasing in funding could help narrow the achievement gap between poor and non-poor students. But given the complexity of our school finance systems, can policymakers actually direct funds to students who need them most? Public schools are funded through a combination of local, state, and federal dollars. In the 1920s, local governments provided more than 80% of the school funding. Today, state and local governments provide an equal share of school funding, with federal government covering less than 10%. Money for public schools does not flow directly to the schools, however.
I'll accept that article, but can you tell me how much more do we need to spend today on schools?
I don't have an exact number for you. But if I venture to say that there are zip codes that fundamentally receive less money in taxes in comparison to rich, affluent schools, I believe that some of the money needs to go
affluent,
from zones, zip codes.
Which zip codes are those?
I mean, I would imagine like the Hamptons are probably better off than most of the country, right?
I would agree on that completely 100%.
Yeah, so there's probably a poor district that's nearby the Hamptons that probably receives a lot less money for schooling than the Hamptons. And so in my opinion, I think like that the best hold on.
But the Hamptons don't need less funding because they're already voting liberal.
Well, they have plenty of funding. They're good to go. They're the Hamptons. They're going to do just fine.
Correct.
I'm saying like if we take some of the money from the Hamptons and put it to poorer schools, those poorer schools have a better chance to achieve, and that has compounding interest in the sense that
they will vote more liberal. Correct. Just like the Hamptons.
I don't know what. I'm not interested in them voting liberal or Republican. I'm interested that individuals have a better chance at life. Better literacy, better mathematics, better critical thinking. So that way when they need to take their SATs or they need to take their entry exams to get into college, they do so. And they're able to perform at the same level because they got the same opportunity in education?
Well, since we're on the topic of education, are you familiar with an Italian fellow named Antonio Gramsci?
No. Why don't you tell me about him?
Well, he's had a significant influence on the South American and North American, well, to be honest, in total, Western educational system since the 1980s. Him and Henry Giroux. Well, since you're unfamiliar with him, I guess you can't really give me your take on it.
I have his Wikipedia up.
Correct.
I'm reading it. Are you concerned about Marxism? Is that what you're alluding to?
Is he a Marxist?
Antonio Francesco Gramsci? Did I get the wrong person?
I believe so. Yeah, lived in
Italian Marxist philosopher and politician, founding member of the one-time leader of the Italian Communist Party and a vocal critic of Benito Mussolini and fascism, and was imprisoned in 1926 and remained in prison until shortly after his death in 1937. He wrote more than 30 notebooks and 3,000 pages of history and analysis. His prison notebooks are considered a highly original contribution of the 20th century political theory. Gramsci knew insights from varying sources, not only other Marxists, but also thinkers such as Niccolo Machiavelli, Vilfredo Pareto, Charles Darwin, Sigmund Freud, Friedrich Nietzsche, Pierre Joseph Proudhon, Georges Sorel, Benito Croce.
All those noises.
Huh?
Listen to all those names. So you're not familiar with this guy, correct?
Nope. Are you concerned? Are you
I find that hard to believe.
I mean, I'm being honest with you. I'm not going to lie to you here. I mean, there are people that like to say that I lie. I don't lie. I tell people as it is. I'm just going to tell you honestly. Are you concerned about the United States being Marxist?
Well, I'm worried about. Let's get back to the education system and what influence Gramsci might have on the education system. But because you're unaware of it, well, here's another name for you to Google: Henry Giroux, Girour.
OUX.
Oh, I can't spell it now. OUX, yeah. It's the French spelling.
An American-Canadian scholar and cultural critic, one of the founding theorists of critical pedagogy in the United States. He is best known for his pioneering work in public pedagogy, cultural studies, youth studies, higher education, media study, and critical theory. In 2002, Keith Morrison wrote about Giroux as among top 50 influential figures in the 20th century educational discourse. A high school social studies teacher, Barrington, Rhode Island for 6 years, Giroux had held positions at the Boston University, Miami University, and Pennsylvania State University. In 2004, Giroux began serving as the Global TV Network Chair in Communication at McMaster University in Hamilton, Ontario.
Yeah, that's all. The rest of it's unimportant. What Giroux did was he traveled the United States. He brags about it. It's on. You can Google him or go onto YouTube. Search for him. 100 professors, tenured, schools of academia.
Yeah.
He got the teachers to teach the teachers in K through 12 to teach critical pedagogy from Paulo Freire, basically institutionalized. You guys got it. I mean, this is my first time talking with you. Do you consider yourself a classical liberal, a progressive?
A progressive.
A progressive. What are you progressing towards?
I think that we need to move more towards like a Nordic model, where it's like we have our general liberal theories, such as like I'm perfectly okay with capitalism. I'm perfectly okay. I want there to be equal voting. I want there to be
so not like Sweden in the 1970s when they almost bankrupted themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue. I just think that there should be. I think like capitalism, if it's run amok, it causes some pretty substantial negative outcomes. And I think
capitalism has. Well, let me ask you: do we live in a hybrid system of an economy? Is our economy in the United States? We're both U.S. citizens. I don't know. You're in Virginia.
So I believe that it is. It's just a capitalist system, and the reason why is because it is permissible of the private ownership of the means of production, which is what capitalism is.
Are any of the institutions implemented by government with public in front of them? Public schools, public transit, public libraries. Are any of those socialist?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe it is because when you're saying socialist, what that means to me is that's the transitionary process that exists between communism and capitalism, where socialism is arguing the workers' ownership of. Hold on, let me finish. Is the workers' ownership of the means of production. I don't agree with the workers' ownership of the means of production. I show that it doesn't exhibit any impact that can't already be garnered by having strong worker representation through unions. You can have the private ownership of the means of production with unions, which appear to be the best outcome. And so I argue for a capitalist system with strong worker representation.
Have we not had a strong union representation during the 20th century?
We did.
We did. And how did that, where are we now?
So it worked well, and then roughly around the 1970s, we reframed it in favor of monetarist theory and Austrian economics, which basically meant to pull government out of capitalists' way and let the free market
China
decide, which ended up resulting in the degradation of the working class.
Let me ask you this: what influence did what's his name? That Jewish guy, and nothing against Jewish people. The Secretary of State from Nixon, Kissinger. What influence did he have traveling over to China in the 1970s and in the late 1970s? The four modernizations. Where China transformed itself from what they wanted to be a communist nation into, I don't know, how would you describe China today? Fascist?
I would call it it's a mixed system, but it is a command economy. But I also would call it, the CCP would call it communist. In maybe some industries, it is legitimately communist. But more accurately, I would say it's a command economy. As in, it's a top-down approach on how to involve in economic affairs.
I'll agree with you there. Can we define socialism and communism?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think communism is a religion.
So socialism is the workers' ownership of the means of production, meaning like no private ownership. So like you can't have like owners that like own everything and that they just like pay their workers paychecks, and that they garner the profits. Instead, all of the profits are to go to the workers, and the workers are the ones that are in control of the business. There should not be any overarching body that controls above the workers. And for communism is just the stateless, moneyless, classless society.
And where has communism ever... Has there been a communist state?
It's been attempted, but it's never been accomplished.
And what does it result in, historically speaking?
Death. A lot of dead people.
I'm sorry.
Usually they like to do like a command economy on
yes
food.
Yes.
They usually death. A lot of people dying.
Death. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I think like it a lot of the times there's a huge amount where it's like it's not compatible with capitalist desires. That's number one. So trading becomes very difficult, and then on top of that, when trading becomes very difficult, there's also a lot of the times they like to involve command economies regarding farming, which usually results in some pretty nasty detrimental effects.
Well, isn't the trading difficult because of, outside influences? For instance, Cuba could be very prosperous, but the United States has so many sanctions against it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't believe that the United States should be involved in trying to topple communism at all or socialist systems. I think that we need to work in hegemony with the system somehow. Albeit there would probably be some negotiation required on behalf of the state in order to prevent, them taking away assets on behalf of the workers. That would probably be my only concern. But I do not believe that we should have any trade sanctions on behalf of a nation being socialist. I think it actually causes more harm than good.
How are the workers rights or privileges within a company or corporation or within the economy represented by their investment in the economy through the stock market.
So typically workers, they don't usually invest in their own company. I mean, if they did invest in their own company, then they would be represented. But obviously the only representation that would exist is the fact that they get a paycheck and there's a threat of losing that job.
So would you say that unions on behalf of the workers invest on behalf of the workers into the economy?
They argue for better working conditions. It pulls away money trickling at the top or funneling to the top. And more of it goes towards the workers. That's not to say that the owners and the shareholders can't garner a good deal of money.
Right.
It's just saying, hey, the workers get their fair share as well.
Right, but don't the workers in the unions have money taken out of their paycheck? It's invested into a pension fund, and the union then manages that investment fund.
I mean, pensions are funded the same way in the form of 401ks, even in at-will states. It's kind of the same thing, but less security.
Why?
Because there aren't organizations with the legal ability to challenge businesses anymore.
There aren't people with legal abilities. There aren't organizations on behalf of the people.
Well, there are.
Crafty.
It's just the overall union membership in the United States has dropped off the face of a cliff. I mean, unions have been slowly eroded away at their power for a long time, ever since monetarist theory took over, and more and more people had been arguing for right to work state and at will states, which has eroded away at the middle class in the United States. Back under union membership, it was possible for a sole worker working at the factory was capable of purchasing a house for them and their family and be able to afford them. That is no longer the reality. In fact, that's barely a reality even under dual, sometimes even triple funding. It's very difficult.
Yeah, the manufacturing base,
not even just just service-based economy, like just as a service.
Well, service-based economies were dead. They were due to die.
Well, we're a service-based economy. We're not dead. We're doing just fine. That's with any economy that continues to evolve. What happens is that you walk away from just the manual labor positions into a more service-based economy, and it only grows like that. This is the case in most countries of the EU. The only countries that are really non-service-based are those that are of the second and third world, where they're often they have a good deal amount of workers being able to do manual labor on the cheap.
Let me ask you this. I don't know, how old are you? You're 36, correct?
Yep.
I'm 49, and my father taught me how to sweat copper pipes. Do you know how to do that?
Nope. I'm a systems administrator. I'm trained in my field, but I'm not, you can see my hands. It's definitely not a manual labor position. I just type on the keyboard really, really fast.
Yeah. So you know command line.
Yep.
You know Unix and Linux.
Yep.
Yeah. You work in IT. I mean, that's where I grew up. but I can sweat pipes,
It's cool.
and you can't.
That's great. We need people of all different fields.
Can you can you change the lawnmower blades on your lawnmower?
I could probably do that.
You could.
Yeah.
Have you?
I don't have a lawnmower.
You have.
I don't have a lawnmower.
You live in a condo.
I have a HOA. They handle the exterior.
Wow.
It's great.
Interesting. You'll earn nothing in
I love it. I mean, they're responsible for the roof. They're responsible for the gutters. They're responsible for the exterior. They make the exterior look beautiful. And I don't really pay that much to do that because everybody pays. It's fabulous. I really like it. It's a good service.
Everybody pays.
But that's not saying that there are not shitty unions. They definitely exist. For me personally, though, my union's great. They don't overcharge me and they offer a good service.
Your SOA?
HOAs.
Or your HOA or your union?
You were talking about a homeowners association. You said I'm a part of a homeowners association. I wanted to cover a few things here with you. This is from proact.aflcio.org. And I just wanted to just show you just some statistics. Here are some ways that unions make a difference in the lives of working people. The union difference is higher wages, 11.2% increase in overall wages. Workers covered by a union contract earns on average 11.2% more in wages than peer with similar education, occupation, and experience with a non-unionized workplace in the same exact sector. More than 9 in 10, 96% of workers covered by a union contract have access to employer-sponsored health benefits compared to with just 69% for non-union workers. The union difference in paid sick leave, nearly 9 in 10, 93% of workers covered by a union contract have access to paid sick days compared with 75% of non-union workers.
You sound like you're speaking from a Chinese contract.
I'm just talking about unions. I mean, you can say it's China, not China. I think I'm going to tell you right now, I think unions are incredibly American. I think they're incredibly pro-capitalist unions. I believe that. And the reason why I say that is because I don't believe that you can actually have capitalism
No. Unions aren't... Hey, let's go back to the beginning of this discussion. Let's talk about Hegel.
Hegel? You want to talk about the Hegelian dialectic?
Yeah.
We didn't talk about Hegel earlier. Have you ever tried to read any Hegel? I have. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's incomprehensible nonsense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why would you?
I mean,
Right.
I always recommend read a synopsis of Hegel.
But let me ask you this: did he inform Marx?
Yes. He was a large influence in Marx. Marx used his dialectic to form his material dialectic.
And you are not informed. You are not informed by Marx, correct?
So when you say informed by Marx, I mean, I am aware of Marx and I know his teachings. I've taken many economics courses, which include Marx, but I've also understood Austrian or Keynesian ideas. Marx is just a single chapter in the entirety of economic thinking. And it would not be prudent to avoid that portion of economics and just say, okay, well, Marx is all garbage. You know, I mean, we don't follow most of his ideas today. I mean, it's a lot. He got a lot of things wrong. There's more modern systems. I mean, for example, the labor theory of value is total garbage. Nobody uses labor theory of value in any meaningful perspective.
That's okay. That's not true. You guys don't, well, maybe not you specifically, but you guys do. The left in general, the left side, you do follow Hegel.
All right. Just for fun.
You are 100% following Hegel.
So just for fun, I pull up the labor
And I'll
theory
give
of
you
value.
I'll give you experience if you want.
So just real quick, from just looking up the labor theory of value, just asking, do modern economists use the labor theory of value? The answer is no. Modern mainstream economists largely reject the labor theory of value in favor of subjective utility theory or demand and supply, viewing labor theory of value as a historical concept from classical economics such as Smith, Ricardo, and Marx that does not explain marketplaces well. However, it remains central to Marxian heterodox economics and is debated within those circles for understanding capitalism's social relations, not just price. Like I said, like modern economics does not use labor theory of value. It's just not a thing anymore. It's good to learn it though, just to understand, hey, check out this old theory. And that's pretty much it. That's all it's good for.
He wasn't an economist.
Marx was an economist.
He was a theologist.
No, Marx was for sure an economist.
Communism is a religion.
He was also a philosopher.
Communism is a religion.
Nope, it is a form of government. Communism does not believe in a theology of any kind, doesn't have a god. It argues for a change in society. One of which I reject, by the way, as a woke liberal.
This is going to be hard when I call back.
Why? What's wrong?
How many? 21. That's great. We can get into Hegel and his, Marx. Marx's interpretation of Hegel at a later date.
Okay. I'd be glad to.
Sounds great.
Yeah. It was good talking to you, Pistol.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, Jesus. What's your name?
First Amender.
First Amender.
Are you subscribed?
Look at that. Look at that. Yes, I am. Look at that hair. You're going to lose it.
Why?
Oh, your blue eyes. Oh, what a sad puppy dog. Oh, buddy. Buddy. No, I'm not going to drop out like that. Hey, First Amender. Okay, it was good talking with you.
It's good talking to you too, bud.
Have a good night.
Good night. Bye. Make America great again with unions, y'all. Make America great again with unions. I was not expecting him to mention Hegel. MAGA. I gotta have like a little like thing that says with unions. Hold on. Give me a sec. Hold on. I gotta like. All right, we're ready. We're ready, chat. Make America great again with unions. It's a Rubik says unions built this country during the Industrial Revolution. Based and truth-pilled. Based. All right. I wonder how many people are going to call in not knowing anything about me and just being like, I thought you were a liberal. Why do you have a MAGA hat on? We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Did you guys enjoy that Hegel talk? That was kind of cool. I wasn't expecting that. I thought we weren't going to talk Hegel. And by the way, if you're not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any subscription, dude, it's huge. It's huge. Subscribing is free. Costs you nothing. Costs you $0. Todd Terrell says unions. In what way? Unions mean togetherness or unions created by Democrats? Both. Just unions, dude. It doesn't, dude, you realize like unions help right-wingers too. Unions help everybody. Unions help the workers. Unions help workers. Right or left, unions help workers. We got to make it to where it's sustainable to live in the United States on one paycheck. Yep, that's where we got to go. Unions, baby. That's where we're at. We are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. MAGA great again with unions. MAGA great again. Let's take a look at some more news. I just paid for freaking ground news. Bruh. I just paid for ground news. I paid for this shit. I'm going to start using it since now it's Todd Terrell 8798 says they vote Democrat. Depends on what state. There are certainly union states that are more Republican. Yeah, unions aren't like staunchly left or right. It just unions help workers. You want worker help. Trust me, it's good for you. Everybody, unless if you own a company, unions are great. All right, let's take a look here. We're going to refresh the page. U.S. launches strikes against Islamic State militants in the northwest Nigeria, Trump says. Are we talking about Boko Haram? Bro, are we bombing Boko Haram? Kinda based? Kinda based. Boko Haram sucks. Those guys suck. They do a lot of killing. They kill a lot of people. On December 25th, 2025, President Donald Trump, Christmas, announced U.S. strikes on Islamic State targets northwest Nigeria, calling attacks powerful and deadly against ISIS fighters. Months earlier, Trump has ordered Pentagon to prepare for possible action, framing strikes. I thought Boko Haram is in Nigeria. Are they not in Nigeria? Let me check that. Let's check. They're in northeastern Nigeria, not northwestern Nigeria. Hey, yo, did I just get a dono? D-Dub, just subscribed. Thank you very much, D-Dub. Do you like the woke content? I hope you do like the woke content. We've gotten a few subscribers. You know, it doesn't notify you if you're like a private user. But if you're like a public facing user, then it does show. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Tip of the hat. MAGA Union. Gonna have Union at the bottom left-hand corner here. I gotta take this hat off before people join the chat and then think that I'm actually MAGA. We gotta show that we're soy. We gotta show that we're soy, chat. Where is it? It's Christmas, chat. What are we doing? Depth Dweller Jibb says, "How First Amender, how long will you be live?" I don't know. I don't know. You know, it doesn't work. The rainbow doesn't work because it's like green. And because I have a green screen here, it doesn't. There. The Backseater YouTube says, "Are trans people being genocided?" Not yet. Bobro says, "It's a Rubik's." Oh, talking to Bobro and Rubik's. Medicare's son says, "When will we get a movie with a black trans lesbian Muslim protagonist, First Amender?" That sounds awesome. I would prefer, though, black trans lesbian atheist protagonist. Excadriller says, "Yo, first adapting to his surroundings." Thanks. Appreciate that. Merry WOKEMAS, everybody. Come and debate the woke liberal. How fun is this? I'm enjoying this. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I'm not even playing a game and I'm having fun. Daniel Hume, my co-host, saying now you need to put the MAGA hat back on. That way you can confuse everybody. Hell yeah, based. Wait, chat. I need to get the I need lipstick. Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm going to confuse literally everybody. All right. Here we go. Here we go. God damn, that's red. Hard to do without a mirror. Okay. All right. I missed. All right, chat. All right. Okay. Now when people join, they can be extra confused. We're taking calls. Let's see here. Let's see. The Backseater YouTube says, "What on God's green earth is wrong with this man?" What do you mean? I want to make America great again. U.S. Horizon Watch says it's like watching Buffalo Bill. Have you seen Silence of the Lambs? Because Daniel Hume says now you need to brandish a gun. Full confusion. Let's go, chat. MAGA, great again. Bobro says, gay amender. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, how's it going?
Is this my brother?
Yes, this is your brother.
Don't say my name, you bastard.
No, I'm not. I'm saying.
All right.
It's all good.
What
How's it going?
What would you like to talk about with Gay Mender?
Yeah, we loved it. Mackenzie and I were having a good time watching it. I'm glad you're appreciating your gift too.
What was there? Anything that you wanted to talk about?
Anything in particular? I don't know. What you got? Anything, Mackenzie? Okay. No, I don't really have anything. Just want to wish you a Merry Christmas. We just had a nice Korean, and we drank
sweet.
your sake. I'll send you the picture.
You like the sake? Is it good?
Yeah, it was really good.
I'll probably have a little bit more of that amaretto because it's very nice. You had that
nice
amaretto. That is very, very tasty.
It's super good, super good. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. That was good.
Appreciate that.
All right, man. Well, have a happy stream. Happy Christmas.
You gotta tell everybody that they need to subscribe. To subscribe.
Oh, yeah. Subscribe to First Amender. He's hilarious, and we always want to hang out with him.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good rest of your night.
All right, see you.
Bye.
See you, dog.
What are you gonna do? All right. All right, getting another phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, this is your other brother, First Amender. I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you're watching my content.
Did
you have any?
Make America great again.
Did you Did you have any questions?
Questions about what?
Did you have any questions? Any questions you have for a woke liberal?
For a woke liberal?
Yep.
Dude, can you wear that hat more often? I don't have a question. I just want to.
Okay. Only if I get to wear the lipstick with the hat. That's the only.
Okay. All right. Wait. Another question.
I just want to confuse them. I want to make them upset.
What do I drink? What do I drink?
Whiskey.
That you gave me. Okay.
What did you?
Good.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Stream.
What did I give you?
Buzzball. I think you gave me the
okay.
moonshine.
Moonshine.
The
horchata was pretty good.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I might have some.
Yeah, the horchata was pretty good. Share it with your girlfriend.
Okay, I will.
Peace.
All right, dude. I just wanted to. I saw your stream and I saw Nick.
You'll like the work. Good. This is peak content.
Yeah,
peak.
It is good content. All right, I'll see you later, dude. Merry Christmas. Bye.
That was wild. Both of my brothers tuning into my stream. We are taking calls. Phone numbers 202-998-5218. If I don't get any calls, then I'll probably check out some more ground news stuff. Let's take a look here. Months earlier, Trump has ordered Pentagon to prepare for possible action, framing strikes as retaliation for militants targeting Christian communities in Nigeria, and U.S. recently imposed visa restrictions. U.S. Africa Command said that the strike was conducted at Nigeria's request and killed multiple ISIS militants. but the administration released no specifics on targets or casualties. The two countries have set up a joint security task force, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth thanked Nigeria for its support, while Daniel Bwala emphasized Nigeria's sovereignty. No calls yet. Todd Terrell says, have you had some kimchi? I have had kimchi. It's very fermented. And that is an interesting flavor. That's probably about as good of a compliment I could give about kimchi. It's not my kind of flavor. It's not my kind. But it's not the worst either. You know, it's not like, oh, yeah. Oh, did Daniel... Is Daniel still around? I don't even think I forgot to start to do a stage today because it's Christmas on Discord. But I hope you are all having a good Christmas. Observers noted that the U.S. has conducted intelligence gatherings flights since November amid a conflict killing thousands and displacing millions, while Nigeria's government says both Christians and Muslims suffer extremist attacks. Let's see. AWOL says, not salty enough for you first. Daniel was in the comments a while ago. Toasty Main says, Merry Christmas, Game Ender. Thank you. Do you like the hat, Toasty? You gifted it to me. How wild is that? Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, what's up, Buttercup?
Hi.
Merry Christmas.
What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Is this
How you doing, dude?
is this my friend that I'm almost positive?
It's my friend, like all the other Spanish people call me.
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
Did you have any questions for a woke liberal?
Fuck no.
Okay.
Who the hell is that?
Would you like a Christmas kiss?
A Christmas what?
Mwah. There you go. You got a Christmas kiss.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. All right, man. Have a good one.
Peace. Great work. All my friends are calling. All my family and friends, they're calling me. They know about my show. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If I don't get any calls, no problem. I'll just keep reading the news. Let's take a look here. Photos show Venezuelan migrants spending Christmas at home after abandoning hope of reaching the U.S. Looks like that this has not been posted on at all by the right. Mostly the left and some on the center. Mariela Gomez spent Christmas in Venezuela after abandoning hope of reaching the U.S. due to Trump's restrictive immigration policies. Gomez and her family were deported to Mexico after crossing the U.S.-Mexico border and had to make a dangerous journey back to Venezuela. Gomez was among the 7.7 million Venezuelans who left their home country in the last decade due to the economic crisis, and Trump's second term dashed their hopes of migrating to the U.S. That sucks, man. Sad. Nothing for... Let's see what they say on the right, though. A Venezuelan family's Christmas, from the American dream to poverty. Maria Gomez, thousands of Venezuelan immigrants have faced a challenging Christmas after Donald Trump returned to the White House January. Dang. I'm not paying for another sub. That's not happening. I'll just stay on ground news. It's fine. 50 says, low-key, very sweet to have a fam call. That is true. And I hope you guys, if you don't have any family, I hope that you are having a good time regardless. Know that I love you. Here's a Christmas kiss. Mwah. I love you. I hope... I hope y'all are having a good day. Now, if you want to call in and debate the woke liberal or have a discussion with the woke liberal, I'm right here. I will hear you out. It's a Rubik says, First Amendment, did you see the calls Trump took from children for the NORAD Santa tracker? No. Send me a link on Discord. I'll take a look at it. Fat Ass Dog sent me a picture. Can I share this, Fat Ass Dogs? Am I allowed to share this? I'm not going to share this unless you give me permission. It's pretty funny. I think it's worthy of a share. I'm going. Hey Wolf says, "I'm going to do you harm if you blow another kiss." Fair enough. I understand. Okay. Let's see. Do we have any other news here? Pentagon, Taylor Swift, California. I'm actually curious. Is there any LGBT news? Can I pull up LGBT news? LGBT. Search. LGBTQ. Cool. Top LGBTQ news. Based. Democratic states sue to block cuts to U.S. children's gender-affirming care. Based. A coalition of 19 states and the District of Columbia sued the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services over a declaration that could restrict gender-affirming care for minors. The lawsuit claims that the declaration is inaccurate and unlawful and seeks to block its enforcement in the U.S. District Court of Eugene, Oregon. Major medical groups criticized HHS's report supporting the declaration, stating that most organizations oppose restrictions on transgender care for young people. New York Attorney General Letitia James stated that the healthcare choices belong to families and their healthcare providers, not the government. Based, Letitia James. Based. Very true. All right. It looks like President Trump participates in NORAD Santa calls. Let's pull it up. Where's my music? I'm going to pause it for a second. I hope I don't get clipped for this. I hope I don't get like it's 21 minutes. This is 21 minutes. Rubik's, what are you doing? Flurgus says, yo, something good. Hello. Nice. What is this?
To defend North America to track Santa. Before we connect you to each caller, a member of our team will briefly share the child's first name, age, and city and state where they're calling from, as well as
the hell is
give you
this?
Santa's current location. Then there's
Oklahoma, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
Good. That's good. And
Annie, you got a question?
go ahead, huh?
Speed.
Hey, you want to ask when Santa's going to be here? Okay, ready? Yeah. Okay, when is Santa going to be here?
Well, Santa's going to stop over tonight, leave you a lot of beautiful presents, like really beautiful presents. What do you want more than anything else? What present would you like?
Hello, Emily. Hello. Merry Christmas.
Why are they taking two calls at the same time? Like, why not just have like whatever is happening here on the right and like, I don't know, like her, like have somebody on hold or something?
Wow, a dollhouse. I think we can work that out. I have a feeling, Mommy, that we can work that out, right?
Family?
I think Santa's going to bring you the most beautiful dollhouse you've ever seen, okay?
What the fuck is this? That's so weird. What do you want for Christmas? What would it like? What would my kids say? I'd be like, don't do it. Don't do it. Real Daniel Hume says, imagine connecting kids to a known pedo. True. The room looks so weird. It does look kind of weird. It looks like they have a lot of money is basically what it looks like. It's very strange.
Let me know.
Haven't you been to houses that look like this? It's so gaudy. That's wild. That's a weird video. I don't want to see Trump talking to kids. Can I just? I don't want to see that. Who wants to see Donald Trump talking to kids? All right. Schools can't bar teachers from telling parents if children are ... transgender. Schools can't bar teachers from telling parents if children can't stop teachers from telling parents. Schools can't stop that. Overwhelming on the right. Overwhelming. Very little left leaning on this one. On Monday, U.S. District Judge Roger Benitez granted summary judgment in a permanent injunction blocking California public school districts from withholding information about students' gender identity, resolving a class action lawsuit filed April 2023. Plaintiffs Elizabeth Mirabelli and Lori Ann West sued for citing First Amendment rights, while state defendants argued secrecy policies protect students from bullying and harm. The injunction bars state officials from misleading parents, bans using non-matching pronouns or names if parents object, and requires a constitutional statement in training materials. Dr. Anderson stated, "My objection is depriving parents the knowledge of what is going on with their child's gender at school, particularly if the child chooses a different preferred name and pronouns than wants accommodations that it is information that is shared throughout the schools by the teachers, staff, and students. To deprive parents of that information is a grave mistake, in my opinion." So in my opinion, I do not believe that teachers should have to disclose that. It's like, I mean, if there's like a staunchly like super uber hyper Christian family, or like they're just like super homophobic, telling the parents that the kids came out as transgender could actually be life-threatening. And it's like, in my opinion, I would like there to be less harm on children, which would mean that sometimes a parent needs to use their better judgment in this situation. I mean, I'm not against telling parents. I'm just saying, you know, if the parent realizes, oh, this kid is trans, and then the parents don't know that they're trans, it is not unto them to tell the transphobic parents to, you know, to tell them. I believe that. Do y'all believe that? What is going on with my Chrome? I think it's taking a crap. Oh, there it goes. Caught up. Attorney General Rob Bonta's office appealed the filed stay Benitez order, arguing the court misapplied the law and warning it would create chaos among students and staff. Benitez cited Mahmoud versus Taylor earlier this year, applying parental and religious right precedents, while 3 Supreme Court justices recently called the issue particularly contentious and advocates warning its threats Equality California and Safety Act. Depth Dweller Jibb says, "I'll be calling in roughly within the hour. Just about to watch your last debate with notes. I hope the time pressure doesn't affect my note-taking. Be right back." Sounds good. Excadriller. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. AWOL is talking to Bobro. Excadriller says, "Yo, first, can trans men be trans women?" No. So trans men just means you have transitioned from woman to man. And trans women means you have transitioned from man to woman. So can trans men cannot be trans women. That's not possible. AWOL says that's a very rare case first. I don't think most parents are killing their child if they reveal that they want to be trans. I'm not saying kill. Any amount of abuse, verbal, physical, like, I feel like, once again, I mean, if they're like super uber religious, I get concerned. I'm like, hey, let's use our better judgment here. You know, like, I'm sorry, like, you're going to tell me that I just found out that, little Billy is now, Benita. Billy is now Benita, and now I gotta tell their Mormon family? No. I ain't doing that. State comes in like, why didn't you tell the parents? I'd be like, I didn't know. Talk to my lawyer. I plead the fifth. Plead the fifth. What are you doing? The fifth. Why didn't you tell the kids? The fifth. Sorry. We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. If I don't have any calls, not a big deal. I will just keep, doing my thing. Let's take a look. What do we got next? Iran World Cup, pride ban and human rights concerned. Of course. Iran has announced that it wants to prevent the so-called pride match during the 2026 World Cup in the USA. Association President Mehdi Taj told Tehran daily newspaper in Hemehen, the Iranian Football Association has, quote-unquote, no interest in the national team's World Cup game being played under the sign of the rainbow colors, and they, quote-unquote, absolutely want to prevent this and will act accordingly. The affected group against Egypt is scheduled for Bruh. Davy Day 2 says, MAGA hat with a pride flag. You're going to start a war. And lipstick. We're taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Bacon, egg, and cheese 254 says, happy, woke, liberal, Christmas, based and liberal pilled. I love you. AOL Thought says, then you shouldn't be a teacher. I'm looking out for the well-being of the kids. I'm sorry, if you're willing to potentially put your kids in harm's way, no. Hard disagree. I would literally break the law in that situation. I totally would. I'd be like, well, I wouldn't break the law, but I would definitely play dumb. 100%. Are you kidding? No. Amanda, I think I'm actually trans, and my parents, they're like crying in my office. My parents, they're like super Christian. You're not going to tell them, are you? Fuck no, little Billy. Hell no. Also, what's your new name? I am not telling them that. Nope. Let's see. It's a Rubik says, did I ever tell you the story where there was a tea party rally at my university and had a counter protest where we had a tea party with teapots and everything? That's awesome. That's amazing. Great work. Ooh, we got a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender. Hello? Ah, oh, come on. I thought I was going to get a call. Bacon, egg, and cheese says, reminds me of that one song where I broke the law and the law won. Medicare's son says, groomer. What? I just don't want the kid to get hurt. That's it. Listen, if it's like a Christian nationalist, I'm just going to be like, I honestly, like, if you want on it, like, I would give them advice on coming out and just be like, listen, your parents, they're not going to like this. And they probably would already know that. They probably wouldn't even need my advice. I'd be like, keep it on the down low for now. Things will get better. That's the way that hell no would I be telling the parents in that situation. The FBI would be showing up at my doorstep. They'd be like, what did you do? You didn't tell the parents. I'm like, I didn't know. I was talking about some other kid. Not in this school. I don't fucking know. I'm fucking, what? Huh? I didn't record anything. Who are you? Who am I? What? Talk to my lawyer. I plead the fifth. Let's see. Hannah says, I would be pissed at my school if that kept that kind of info from me. So the only instance where I would keep the info away would be if I know for a fact that the parent, like, they could potentially harm the kid, or they could potentially punish the kid in a really negative way. In a situation like that, 100%, I would go out of my way to hide that. I would just not divulge that information. I'm sorry. I just would do that. US Horizon watches, you know what other type of person wants to keep secrets from parents? I don't think parents need to know everything. I think it's totally normal as a kid to have secrets. I think that's fine. Mind you, like, if there's anything that's like causing potential harm to the kid, then 100% we should probably, be telling the parents and assisting in any way we can. But no, I think if the parent knows that the parents are homophobic, or the teacher knows that the parents are homophobic, I ain't talking. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Davy Day is accurately saying, I think indoctrination is abuse. Based. I completely agree with you. Bacon, Egg, and Cheese says, what do you think age verification thing that's going on the internet, by the way? I'm actually in favor of the age verification thing. I actually like it. I think it's good. I don't like the idea that every kid has access to like all the porn on planet Earth, as soon as they get a phone in their pocket. Like, I'm sorry. I really am in favor of protecting kids. And it's like, I think porn sites should probably have a little bit more than just a checkbox that says you're 18. Chawfish says, I'm new to this channel. What's it about? I'm looking at a guy with lipstick and a MAGA-like... I don't know. Can you tell what my ideology is? I'm like the what I even say? I'm like the Waluigi of politics. AWOL Thought says, okay, flip the situation. A child who has two fathers comes to you and says he thinks he's straight. Would you feel that you had to inform the parents of that? A child has two fathers and comes to you and says he thinks he's straight. Would you feel? No. Why? Why is that important? Do you think when two fathers have a kid, that kid is just gay? You didn't think that. Come on. Do you think that? I know you didn't say that, but it was like implied a little bit. It's kind of weird. Let's see. Jawfish says, AWOL says, oh, come on, don't give it away. You gave it away. We are taking calls, though. The phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion. We can do it. Let's see. Hannah says, yeah, what's up with the lipstick? Are you doing drag these days? It's Christmas. Let me be fabulous. Let me be fabulous. Davy Day says, do children normally have a sexual preference? Through puberty, they absolutely do. I think that there should be health education for LGBT youth. I believe that. Bacon, Egg, and Cheese says, I mean, on paper, it does sound good. Nobody wants their kid to be exposed to that type of content. But when it comes down to yours or other information's getting hacked and leaked, it would be a problem, right? 100%. That's why I believe that you have third-party entities that can how it works, or at least in theory, right? Best case scenario is you upload your driver's license and a 3D photo of yourself. And then once that has been uploaded to the third party company, that information is deleted. And then you get a unique identifier ID that, attached to whatever account that you're using. And then that is just an 18 plus account. You no longer need to submit your information. You just have that unique identifier, which ties to that company. 50 says, let him be fabulous. FFS. True. And don't I look fabulous? I look beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I want to make America great again by letting men wear makeup if they want. Who's into that? I'm into that. Let's do it. Cheers. Let's see here. Excadriller says he loves skipping my comment. No, let me scroll up. Bro is a gay libertarian lib dib. Is that what he... Wait a minute. You laugh, but if a boy has two fathers, isn't he more likely to be gay? So the only instance of quote unquote being more likely to be gay is under a presence that they are more open about coming out as gay because they're accepted in their household. Davey Day says, Trump and Vance wears makeup. Why not? True. True. Trump and Vance do wear makeup. All right. So we read about Iran World Cup wanting to pride ban and human rights concerns. Bruh, triggered. Did you know that there are people in the United States that want to do that very same thing? Blind spots. I got some blind spots. Schools can't bar teachers from telling parents if children are trans. Yeah, we already did that one. And then this one apparently is a blind spot. Budapest mayor could face charges for hosting LGBTQ Pride March. Budapest mayor could face charges. Okay, on Thursday, Budapest opposition mayor Gergely Karaksony said police recommended charges against him for organizing the city's 30th Pride Parade. City Hall co-organized the parade to bypass newly adopted rules after the ruling coalition in the parliament passed laws to prohibit this year's event following the nationalist leader's ban. Pride organizers said more than 200,000 people took part, while police announced that they would not act against participants facing fines up to 500 euros. Prosecutors may press charges that could send Gergely Karaksony to prison if convicted, but Karaksony dismissed the accusations as absurd and defended the municipality's right to hold events on public property. No immediate comment was available from police, and Prime Minister Viktor Orban warned organizers of legal consequences before the march, while Gergely Karaksony said he took political risks and will defend his city in court. Hey, yo, chat. Fuck Viktor Orban. Fuck him. Eat a dick. Which, let's face it, if you're a conservative, you keep crashing Grindr, so you probably do. Go fuck yourself. Oh my goodness. It's a Rubik's saying to AWOL, saying sexuality is not a choice, AWOL. That's correct. It's not. It just happens. You didn't choose to be straight or to be attracted to women. You just kind of were attracted to women. That same thing happens for gay people, but the other way around. Let's keep looking. Let's see what we got. Do I have any more? You know what I should do? We should pull up Fox News. Let's see what Fox News is talking about right now. What's Fox News talking about? I need to know what the enemy thinks. What does the enemy think right now, chat? Davy Day says, I'm attracted to everyone. Based. Ultra based. I hope you're subscribed, Davy, because I like you. I think you're cool. Trump announces U.S. attack on ISIS in Nigeria. Biden family Christmas photo draws mixed reactions over framing and placement. Is it because Biden is like way in the back?
Well,
hold on. To be fair, that's terrible framing. I mean, let's be honest. That is bad framing. Why is he like way back? Like, hear me out, right? I like Biden. I think he's all right. I think Biden's good. This is bad framing. Also, this is what Fox News is concerned about. Boy. That's hilarious. I mean, people are going to be commenting about this. I think it's disrespectful to put the eldest family member in the back of a photo taken for a former president's social media. True! I actually agree with that. Maybe Biden thinks, I don't need to be the center of attention. Fox picks low-hanging fruit. True. The post did not address the framing of the photo, and representatives for Biden did not immediately respond for requests for comment. Dude, imagine you're just sitting there and you're just like, you're not even president anymore. You're just like enjoying your Christmas with your family, and you just take this like innocuous photo, and imagine Fox News immediately calls. Would you like to request for comment right now towards why is Biden in the back? What's with the framing? Why is the framing messed up? And then they're just like, bro, can you just fuck like what? That's hilarious. Okay, the image circulated widely on social media following its release, with users commenting on the positioning and composition of the family members shown. Another commenter wrote, I think it's disrespectful to put the eldest family member in the back of a photo of the former president's social media. Appearing to compare it to the image of Where's Waldo scene, one person wrote, Where's Joe? Another user asked Biden in comments, why are you in the back, blocked by Jill? Why is this what you care about? Other users questioned why Hunter was positioned so prominently in the photo, as some comments focused specifically on his placement. One person wrote, Hunter is the alpha now. What's wrong with these people, bro? Additional posts shared altered versions of the image depicting Hunter either shirtless with a white substance under his nose, wishing you and your entire family, especially your son, a white Christmas, one user wrote. This is just fucked up. They're not even in the limelight anymore. They're just enjoying. They're like, here, take a look at this innocuous photo. And then everybody got a comment on it like some bitch. I like this. One person on the right saying, Merry Christmas, President Biden. Love you and your beautiful family. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Retweeting that. Reposting. Love it. Let's see what else we got. Sorry, but everyone in that picture looks miserable. They look miserable to you? Maybe like the kid looks kind of confused. This guy's kind of like neutral. But everybody else seems pretty happy looking. Like if you didn't know anything about this family, would you really care? Like, would you be like, oh my God, why is that frame so weird? Or is this like just Biden derangement syndrome? AWOL says, wow, that's almost crazy as doing a phone call thing with children and people start criticizing you immediately. What? Bobro says, that's Hunter Biden, I think. Maybe Biden is just a life-size cutout. I mean, honestly, you know what they probably thought? Who's the tallest? Biden. All right, Biden, can you stand in the back? Probably what they thought. I don't think they thought about it too hard. Is this the shirtless with the... Kind of funny. Kind of funny. Not gonna lie, kind of funny. Let's see. Bacon says, looks miserable. That seems like kind of some projection going on. Might be speaking on the commenter than what they're leading on. True. True. I mean, let's be honest. They're sitting there just commenting on whatever's happening with the Biden family, like in a disparaging way on frickin' Christmas of all days. Isn't that wild? I'm curious. Does Fox News have like an LGBTQ section? Probably not. Showing. Oh my God. Yeah, they don't have any LGBT stuff. Very little, it turns out. Darn. Honestly, Biden needs to be in the middle. I mean, fair enough. I agree. All right, let's go back to Fox News. Holiday strike. Father allegedly shoots family after wife asked him to turn off the 49ers game. I see why people watch Fox News, because it's just infinitely entertaining. AP News is probably just giving you like just the straight up facts, right? Like look at this. You got over here, it says, Trump says U.S. struck Islamic State targets Nigeria after group targeted Christians. Dried cherry scones are a simple treat for the post-holiday breakfast table. The secret to shopping your holiday greenery fresher and longer. You know, if you really think about it, like facts are boring. But facts are boring. Public release of Epstein records puts Maxwell under fresh scrutiny amid her claims of innocence. You know what a right-winger is thinking? Like they fell asleep just reading that title. Meanwhile, Fox News, Florida man kills wife, shoots stepdaughter over NFL game argument before taking own life. Florida man shot and killed his wife and shot his stepdaughter. This is awful. The prodigal meow returns, says smug thumbnail picture from a low IQ person. Hey man, just call in or subscribe. You're here on frickin' what is it? On Christmas Eve. I'm sorry, not Christmas Eve. Christmas. On Jesus's birthday. Just wanting to dunk on a liberal. Is your life going the way you wanted it to? That's wild. We are taking calls still. Cowcrapper says, hey, peoples, hope y'all are having a decent Xmas. I am. Thank you, Cowcrapper. Thank you. Do you like my rainbow flag? Do you like it? I also have lipstick on. It matches my hat. Cheers. Happy, very redacted Trump list. AWOL says, Davey Day, do you think Trump was trying to get a little bit of play from the kids randomly calling him with their Christmas list? Does that even make any damn sense? Cowcrapper says, it's amazing. Thank you. I want to make America great again, but for unions, for workers. I'll have it at the bottom for workers. I got to get like a sticker or something. It'll just say for workers. For working class. In fact, I should probably do that now. Where is my, hold on. Don't go anywhere. Let me look. I think I got a marker. Did I just get a sub? Oh my god! Thank you, Chaffee Charnako. Thank you. Now let me go find a marker real quick. I'm right here though. Thank you for that. That's amazing. You're awesome. I love you. Mwah. I love you. Marker. Found it. Now all I need is tape. Found the tape. Now, final. All right, chat. I figured it out. All right. Let's see. Predators try to normally try to move the jobs where they could take advantage of these things. What? Bacon says, apparently you can easily unredact the files from what being talked about in a few. We should take a look at that. Can someone send me those files? I could probably figure that out. That wouldn't be hard. We're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Unredact the. Oh, hello.
Make sure you mute the stream. Make sure you mute the stream.
What?
You want to mute the stream. Can I get your name, buddy?
Oh, that's speller Jibb.
Hey, Jibb. You got notes.
Hello.
Right?
Yeah, from Discord.
All right.
Hello.
Hit me with it.
I call. All right. I tried writing these all down pretty fast. I would like to have had more time beforehand, but I mean, that's fine. I was able to get a few down. I guess the first question I'll ask you is, why are you personally convinced by the brain sex argument for being trans?
Because there's numerous studies that show in multiple different fields of study that show evidence of biological imperatives of trans people.
Okay. I guess I'll just try going through like the list, I suppose, and then maybe I'll bounce around from there. The second question I want to ask then is, do you think pronouns should always be followed even if they go against other people's beliefs?
So I don't think that they have to be followed, but I think they should. Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't want like a regulation that's like, oh, this is like hate speech or whatever. There would have to be a very high bar to like call it hate speech, right? But with that being said, you're kind of being a dick by not doing it.
Okay. I think a question from there I would like to ask then is, what do you feel about, like, say, trans people, or I would say people like myself, because I also fall within this category, that don't claim like a gender identity? Because I believe I was just watching in your last video, you made a statement that everyone has a gender identity, but the concept of a gender identity took me a long while
No, I
to
do believe that-
actually understand.
Yeah, I do believe it's that there are non-binary people. But I would have to venture to say that is more a social construct as opposed to like a neurological construct. I don't have any evidence. I mean, it might be, but that doesn't make it any less valid, I think.
When it comes to the term and the word non-binary, the phrasing I tend to think myself is gender non-conforming. So if I see a male who is like particularly feminine or a female who's particularly masculine, I tend to assume that they're gender non-conforming. So
I'm gender non-conforming, are you saying?
Yes. When I say gender non-conforming, by that I mean that their interests and how they behave and present don't go along with.
I'm just playing with you, by the way. I'm not.
Of a female or a male, like they don't follow along the social standards, basically.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's usually so it's interesting because when it comes to like TRAs and people who aren't TRAs, maybe even like on the gender critical side, I think they use a lot of similar language. It's just that it's used differently, really. So I do see like a lot of interesting similarities because even when I discuss with others and they bring up like gender non-conforming or being non-binary, I see them as like practically like identical.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess, let me see, what was another thing I wanted to ask in here? Oh yeah, I think this was an important question that I've been having trouble understanding, I guess. And it's, what is this internal sense of your sex, and can your internal sense of your sex be wrong? The reason I want to ask this is because minds can often be wrong. People can misinterpret actions. I'm often wrong all the time, so I have to always rework like my phrasings, my terminology. So I'm not too sure what this internal sense of their sex is, other than them internalizing either masculinity or femininity, and then assuming because I'm masculine, therefore I'm a man. And I think it might be a form of like category error, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, internal sense of your sex is just referring to you feel internally this way. There are numerous embryological responses as well as endocrinological responses that result in a person feeling a specific way, and it is the combination of those traits that result in differences in hormones as well as brain structure that can cause somebody to feel they are different internally than what is exhibited externally.
Something that maybe I'm confused about, like when it comes to like this like internal feeling, would you say like this internal feeling like maybe dictates or overrides like your biological body? Because for me, I tend to think more of like, well, what, like if I have like a set of ideas, right, and if I'm looking at like my physical body, or if I'm looking at reality, and if what is going on inside my mind doesn't match that reality, then I'll tend to assume that my mind will be wrong, like my point of view would be wrong, rather than like maybe reality is wrong or reality is the problem.
Well, I don't think it overrides it. I think it complements it.
Could you like expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, like I don't think there's anything wrong with like a trans person and their endocrinological responses. It's just a difference. Society makes it a problem, but I don't think in and of itself it is a problem. A person should be able to live their life as they see fit, and I don't see like if somebody has like a difference in their brain morphology or some endocrinology that makes them feel a specific way, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just a difference in genetic factors.
Okay. Let's see. Here's another thing I had written down that I was a little confused about. When you had talked about a boy identifying as a boy, aren't they just identifying with their sex rather than having
Yes.
like a gender identity? Because
Well,
for me,
they do have a, that's the misnomer. People think they don't have a gender identity, but they do. They have endocrinological responses and brain morphologies that are typical of that of male, and they are born a male. And they have the external genitalia of male. They are cisgendered, but they possess the gender of male.
with it being, let's see, something I find interesting when it comes to this position, because I'm not too used to seeing brain sex. I'm a lot more accustomed to seeing it more of a philosophical position about this stuff. So I'm trying to like wrap my head around a little bit more of this this usage of like terms basically, and like this idea of like trans. So something I would ask there then is if it's like a biological thing, right? If it's something that we can like look at the brain and see like, okay, this person is trans. On that same note, can we then say we can determine whether somebody is not trans in that same way? If somebody
no,
went
because
to like
it's
the hospital.
multiple factors. It's not just the brain. The brain is a piece of evidence, right? So is the embryological responses. So is the existence, how it can be observed biologically across other mammals, sex-typical behaviors, sex-typical brain morphologies. There's multiple factors that are involved with this, and it's not as simple as, oh, I can just do a brain scan, boom, I know you're trans.
Well, I think that like adds a little bit of like some interesting context, because if it's something like that's supposed to be physical, but at the same time we can't go and test, I'm kind of curious as to like what that means for trans people, because most trans people, at least a lot of the ones I talk to don't tend to follow like the brain sex sort of arguments and such, and because of that, it makes me wonder like how many of them might like fall in that category, and like how many other trans people might fall into the category just because of
so there's
other reasons, like
there's there's no male brain or female brain. It's just male typical brain morphology and female typical brain morphology. Like when we measure the brains of males and females, they are physically different. There are differences. For example, among women, they have smaller volume to their brain, but their neurons are more close together. They exhibit the same exact amount of neurons as that is of males, except it's more compact. That's true.
Maybe something else that sort of like confuses me perhaps is, if that's the case, then how do we really determine like the difference between, say, a tomboy and a trans woman, or a femboy and a trans woman?
How they feel internally. Listen, it's kind of like, take for example, like if a person has depression. The only way that you're going to be able to figure out if you have depression is someone tells you, right? I mean, it's not a perfect system. Like maybe somebody is lying. Maybe somebody is mistaken. You do your best to diagnose the condition. And if they require assistance, then you assist them. You know, and it's not like that we say, okay, well, because it's all up to a person's subjective experience, therefore, you know, it may not be valid, or it doesn't count as much, but depression exists. We all agree depression exists, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so, but at the end of the day, like, we're not sitting there measuring the exact chemicals in the brain, even though we can show the chemicals in the brain that cause depression. You know, there's specific neuroreceptors that prevent, dopamine from reaching certain crucial sectors that cause depression. I don't know that much about depression, but you know what I mean. We know exact mechanisms that cause depression, but we don't measure a person to check whether or not that a person is lying. We say, a guy will say, "Hey, I have depression," and then we ask them questions about, what are the symptoms, and it's based off of, things like DSM-5 criteria or doctor recommendations for what are signs of depression.
Maybe something else I'm a little if it's based off of like how you say how one identifies, like when we were talking about the distinction between like say a tomboy and a trans man. What if the person identifying as a tomboy or identifying as trans is doing it at a young age, and like maybe I'm kind of thinking, do you think that there could be like an error, a margin error, basically? Like, do you think there could be some confusion?
There's a margin of error with every single medicine on planet Earth and every single diagnosis on planet Earth. You can only do your best.
With that being the case, it makes me wonder like how we would sort of determine. I mean, I'm not a parent myself, but if I had a daughter, and if my daughter decided like, oh, I'm trans, I feel like I would want to like sort of psychoanalyze it, like, okay, like, are you referring to yourself as trans because of
and I'm in perfect agreement with that as well. I would abide by WPATH standards, which suggests to go to a psychologist that's actually trained in this field, and then determine it's its own, like, it's not enough to just have a doctorate in psychiatry or psychology. You actually have to be trained specifically regarding transgender health to diagnose if a person has gender dysphoria. Majority of cases, they don't have gender dysphoria. Social transition is enough. They often walk away from it as a phase. But for the 10% that don't walk away from it, they go on hormone blockers, so they have enough time to decide whether or not that they actually are trans and they would like to go with HRT. And I'm in perfect agreement with that.
Let me see. I have another question written down, but I feel as though it might have already been answered, but it's slightly different, so I will ask it anyway, just in case, because it was something I noticed. What's your opinion of trans people who don't claim a gender identity? Are they still trans themselves? Are they still trans?
I wouldn't push it on them. I wouldn't push it.
Okay.
That's a self journey thing.
All right. Maybe it's because I was thinking of maybe I'll rephrase, because I was thinking like if maybe I'll use the word like a transsexual, and I'll use that as like a post-op terminology, right? As referred to like transgender, which I usually refer to as just one's identification. Because I'm thinking if somebody's like fully transsexual and
you're saying bottom surgery?
Yeah, let's just say they like if it's a male, let's say that like the bottom, the top, everything to be as appearing as a female as possible, and same thing for a female doing the male thing. Like if they've gone through like the whole surgery, right? Like, what's your opinion if they change their mind, or if they no longer believe in the gender identity? Like, how does that work for you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, sorry. I'll just try to shorten it down. If somebody is a transsexual, meaning that they've already been post-operation and they don't have a gender identity, what's your position on that type of individual? Like, where do they fit within your framework? Like, are they still trans, or are they not trans?
I'll be honest,
because they don't?
No clue. No clue.
Okay.
That's something I would have to ask them.
All right. Now, I know that one's a bit of a complicated one, so I was kind of curious. A lot of my other questions are just sort of going over all the same things. I guess I'll ask you if you had any questions on my end, or if you had any statements you wanted to bring up.
Did you you watch the mediawatch debate? That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, I was just rewatching it again,
so I'm
trying
curious,
to
like, do you agree that like you should, like with mediawatch, and that you should capitulate to bullies that call her a man?
Let me see. So if I think it depends on the context. If somebody is if somebody was going up to a trans individual and they were referring to them by like their sex rather than their gender identity, I think it's okay. Although I think if somebody is intended,
I'm saying like someone is intending to, just refer to a trans individual as a man in a disparaging way. And the answer that the mediawatch gave is like, oh, all right, just call me a man, whatever. And, they're going to be dicks one way or another. And I personally believe you should fight against that, right? Because in mediawatch, she not only argues that for herself, but I actually wouldn't even fight her if that was just her opinion. But not only is that her opinion, but she also believes that other people should feel the same way. And I don't believe that the world becomes a better place by capitulating to bullies. That's just my opinion. But what do you think? Okay. Do you think that you should capitulate to bullies like that, or just fight back?
I think in a situation like that, right? Because Mary identifies like with their sex, I think for them, like they would be like offended because they're attempting to like appear feminine. Like it might be like a little offensive, but I think because they're like more thick-skinned, that they aren't typically bothered by it. Maybe I'll try to use this as an example, right? I'm a skinny white guy, right? If somebody came up to me and started saying, like, hey, skin and bones, or hey, scrawny, whatever, and, imagine they're trying to be disparaging, right? Like, the fact that I am skinny is just a fact of the matter. I could, like, argue with them, like, no, I'm not skinny.
The difference is that that's something you could just change, right? Like, you can be... I mean, I guess, like, it's kind of fucked up to be, like, fat... I mean, no, I think you should stand up to that, too. I think I'm in the, yeah, stand up to bullies. Fuck them. Yeah, fuck bullies. Stand up to them.
I definitely.
That's what I believe that. Not everybody is as brash as I am, where it's like.
I see where you're coming from. I think where Mary was coming from and where I might be coming from, like on that point, is if you don't give them the ammunition, then they sort of get bored, or they won't be able to like get anywhere. If imagine somebody's like an active transphobe, like they're really trying to just like piss off the trans people. If a trans person doesn't give them the ammo, then they're just gonna fizz out because they're like, well, this isn't fun. This isn't worth my time anymore.
Well, I get it. I think I don't believe that we should capitulate to that, right? It's really egregious, and it's not like it's toning down. Like the rhetoric is not really toning down, even with trans people just openly ignoring these transphobes. Like they all ran off. A lot of people, they just ran off to blue sky. They're like, I'm not gonna engage in any of this. But it's not like that they're any less transphobic. In fact, they're more transphobic, and on top of it, they're writing laws to discriminate against trans people even more. And in my opinion, we got to fight back. We can't just sit around and be like, oh, haha, funny. No, dude, they're writing laws to discriminate against trans people. Like we need to fight.
I guess I'll ask you a question there. what do you count as discriminating against trans people? Like, what would be like your definition like for that?
My definition of discriminating against trans people?
And maybe that's a
Making
little broad,
laws
but,
to
like,
specifically
maybe I'll
be
say, what do you consider,
exclusionary
like, what do you
towards trans
consider?
people.
Yeah, because I mean, like here's what I mean by that, right? Like, if somebody wanted me to like refer to them as their pronouns, like, do you think like pronouns should be like enforced, or do you think it should be more in the air and between the people, like things of that nature? Because I'm not sure what people mean when they say like there's like these laws against trans people, because I think they're able to like identify as they like. A lot of the issues I think come in with other people, right? With like other people,
Well,
like,
not really, because like specific healthcare that makes somebody appear as their gender that they choose is being outlawed.
they're making it illegal to
Have gender affirming
transition.
care, even including for adults. That's true in the state of Florida. That's my state. You have to like go to like a tribunal, like a separate tribunal to get approval. And I'm just
What do you
like,
mean?
I'm like, why does getting gender affirming care in the state of Florida have to become an Elder Scrolls quest?
When you say gender affirming care, do you mean like say like post-ops that need
I mean,
medical
just as simple
checkups
as
and stuff like
HRT.
that?
Just as simple as HRT or hormone blockers. Like that sort of thing is very difficult to get in the state of Florida.
Okay. Oh, you know what? There was a question. This was one I was very interested in, actually. It was at the end of the video you had with Mary, and I don't know if it was answered, actually. I remember a statement being said that, what if I say, I think it was at the end that, what if a child has BPD, bipolar personality disorder? What should we do with somebody like that if they want to transition? Because I thought that was interesting, because what do we do there if you have multiple personalities, and what if you have one personality that's a male and then the other personality is a female? Is somebody like that a person we can really transition? Because
No clue. Not a medical doctor. I don't know. I haven't read enough about dissociative identity disorder and what are the factors of that endocrinologically. No clue. I'm just gonna feign ignorance, because I honestly just have no earthly idea how to tackle that.
That's fair. It's a fun question. It's a interesting thought experiment, because I was considering that as well. I had to think about that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like the hypothetical goes, I think within that scenario, maybe within the scenario of somebody having BPD, maybe it would be best just not to get into with that person because of how complicated it is. Yeah,
I mean,
maybe
like I said, you got to talk to a healthcare provider, and I think like we want to do evidence-based care, and I think the WPATH does offer that, albeit themarychu is not convinced with that, saying that she hates the WPATH because of WPATH leak files.
Yeah, I saw that there were some leaked files at the end that were mentioned. I don't know if they were, I don't recall if they were read over or not. Because I remember like shortly after Mary left, I think it ended. I think I stopped watching after that, because I didn't know if it was going to continue on or not.
There was some, we were looking into the WPATH file leak, and I basically came to the conclusion that it's just a smear campaign. It's not evidence-based.
Oh, okay. When it comes to things like that, because I mean, I don't know much about WPATH myself. pretty much like a novice, like in that area. But I would say like if there are like screenshots, and if that's like say like an objective thing, how much does it matter the person that's like posting or sharing the things? I mean, we can say that that person has like their own reasoning and their own like biases, but if somebody's sharing like a screenshot of something that's like being said or happening, shouldn't that be the focus rather than maybe the person sharing the information?
Well, that's why I went in further to even read some of the individual screenshots, and even that wasn't really all that convincing. I was reading there was like some messages that were going back and forth between a nurse and a couple of doctors, and the doctors were arguing basic WPATH stuff, and the nurse just sounded confused as to what they wanted to do. And I was like, why is this weird? Like, it just seemed perfectly okay. You know?
I see. All right. Well, I think I went over everything I wanted to write myself, but I'm still open for a discussion if there's anything you wanted to like bounce around, or if you had more like questions.
Yep. I think that's about it, Jibb. I appreciate you calling in.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was a good call. You have yourself a good one, and have yourself a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
325. That was a good call. That was a good call. I like that. Now, I'm the prize XY, says delusion affirming care. Well, no, I don't think it's a delusion, silly. Silly. It's okay. There you are. There you are, messaging, being a giant douchebag on Christmas. I wonder if Jesus would approve of your actions right now. He's like crying up in heaven. He's like, why would you do this on my birthday? I've shown the studies over and over. I honestly don't think that there is anything that I could potentially convince you. But I'll try it one more time just for you, buddy. Okay? How about that? We'll try one more time just for you. Give me a moment. I like this song. Hang tight. Let me get to the chapter. Just give me a quick sec. I gotta find it. And I gotta make sure I'm not streaming it, because it's actually got some pretty graphic medical photos that would really like to not stream that, if that's okay. All right. Read a book, read a book, read a motherfucking book. Here we go. Is it a girl or is it a boy? We ask the new parents, is it a girl or is it a boy? And assume that the answer will be easy. Penis and scrotum define a boy, clitoris and labia a girl. However, parents and even pediatricians sometimes find it difficult to answer this seemingly simple question. This is because some children are born with intersex conditions where the external genitalia are ambiguous, neither clearly male nor clearly female. This type of intersex condition, where the genitalia are so ambiguous that the sex assignment is difficult, probably occurs in about 1 in 12,000 births, although population data that would provide precise figures are not available. In addition, the incidence of intersex births depending on the extent of how intersex is defined. Certain conditions that involve less extreme genital aberrations sometimes also are referred to as intersex. These include, for instance, hypospadias, where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are clearly those of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought of as frequent as 1 in 100. What causes the genital ambiguity or physical intersex conditions? To answer this question, it is helpful to understand the processes that are involved in physical sexual differentiation. Now, I would like to continue with this chapter, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's really, really graphic. And I prefer not to. Actually, it's not that graphic. It's not that bad. No, it is. Never mind. No, never mind, chat. That's not going on YouTube. There he said, I'm the prize XY says you're hoping that 0.0001 exception to the rule proves your case. No, it's about 1 in 100. 1 in 100. Which is roughly about how many trans people there are. So, yep. AWOL says, you read the weirdest bedtime stories first. Yeah, it's called a motherfucking book. Appealing to the... It's 1 in 100. It's the amount of trans people there are, sweetie. Sweet pickle. He just wants to deny the existence of trans people. You poor thing. Jesus would be upset. He'd be crying. He would be so upset. But I'll take your call. Roxanne says, the bottom line is that everyone is different, not just gender, but from the color to the hair of every cell on your body. I love that. Thank you, Roxanne. I love that. Jesus is smiling again, chat. Jesus is happy. I got to get a picture of Jesus, of where he's like sad and then happy. Hannah says ambiguous genitalia does not mean they are trans. You're correct. You would be correct in saying that. 100%. The point that I'm trying to make is that when it comes to genetic differences, especially among sex-typical features, it changes. It can be... And you can end up with some genital aberrations as common as 1 in 100. Now, if you are wondering whether or not that this has hormonal responses or differences in hormones that are typical, that's true. That does happen. Intersex conditions are able to answer for many trans people's experiences in the fact that they possess differences in the hormones, not just in their external genitalia, but as well as internally in their brain. Toasting Main says, you've never looked better. Thank you. Thank you. Your genetic mutations of 0.001% of the population does not prove your case. Let me try one more time. It's not 0.001% of the population, but I know math is really hard for the MAGA cult. It was as common as 1 in 100. It's right here. Look. These include, for instance, hypospadias where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are clearly those of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought to be as frequent as 1 in 100. So no, not 0.0001. It's literally 1%. Sorry. Get mad at the facts. You got mad at the facts. Facts don't care about your feelings, right-wingers. Hannah says, we used to, at the request of the parents, to assign them female even if they are XY and do surgery, which is a mistake as many grow up and end up not being the female gender. True! True. Very true. Very, very true. Davey Day says, yeah, they always forget that there's intersex people. Which bathroom does MAGA want intersex to go into? I just want them to use the bathroom that they that they see fit. AOL says, hey, First Amender, with the lipstick, you're rocking right now. Why do you think someone should stop you if you were to walk into a woman's bathroom? Yeah, don't stop me. I just need to pee. I just let me pee. That's it. Just let me pee. I'm not going to bother anybody. I just want to pee. Chafish says, okay, now I see what this is about. Yeah. Do you see I want to make America great again for the working class? I wrote it. I put it middle wingers. Okay, I warned you first. One more religious diss. What do you mean? What did I say anything religious? Did I say anything religious? What did I do? I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you, AWOL. Anyway, check this out. Check this out. Jawfish says, God's truth is ultimate. All men must suppress it in sin, acknowledge Christ as Lord, submit to his word, and only then will his salvation rightly received. Just like this portion here. I love this. Differentiation of the gonads into testes versus ovaries result in markedly different hormone environments during development. Fetuses of both sexes are exposed to both androgens and estrogens from the gonads as well as other sources, such as the adrenal gland, the placenta, and the maternal system. However, there are dramatic differences in the amount of various hormones produced by the testes versus ovaries, and these differences direct most subsequent events in sexual differentiation. Once the gonads have differentiated as testes, they begin to produce hormones, notably testosterone and other androgens. Testosterone levels are higher in human male than in female fetuses, beginning as early as week 8 of gestation and peaking to about week 16. By about week 24, testosterone levels have declined in developing males and there's no longer a large sex difference. However, shortly after birth, the testes produce a second surge of testosterone measurable in blood samples up until about the 3rd to 6 months postnatal life. In contrast, in the female fetus, the ovaries appear to produce relatively small amounts of hormones, particularly in comparison to the production of estrogen and progesterone by the placenta. As a result, there are no applicable sex differences in circulating levels of estrogen or progesterone prenatally, although there appears to be a surge in ovarian estrogen in females shortly after birth for roughly 6 months of postnatal life. And here is the chart for circulating levels of testosterone of the human fetus and neonate. Males, solid line, have higher levels of testosterone in females, dash line, particularly from about 8 to 24 of gestation to week 22 to 26 of postnatal life. What's really cool about this chart is that sometimes in the males, you end up with one happening, but not the other. So one of the first things that end up developing, if I'm not mistaken, I keep, hold on, let me make sure. Was it? Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, give me a sec. I have to make sure. I don't want to get this wrong. I don't want to steer you wrong. Give me a moment. Okay, yes. So the first thing that develops is the gonads. The second thing that develops, the brain. Those are the two spikes that you see here. What happens when the male receives one, but then not the other? You would have a more female typical brain or something likely in between, and external genitalia of that of a male. Boom. Biological trans woman. Yep. Davy Day says, I like the background elevator music. Thank you. It's a mix of Final Fantasy X and Animal Crossing on the GameCube. MAGA, although spell check changed to maggot, is funny. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm telling you, man, facts don't care about your feelings. You can get mad about this all you want. All you want. If you have differences, I got to really be careful with this book. This book has got some really wild pictures. Holy crap. I cannot be sharing some of these pictures. Oh. Bacon, Egg, and Cheese says, I do like that music too. Thank you. Thank you. Tell men that they have women chromosomes. True. They do have one X. And also, did you know that all babies, all fetuses start female? That's true. That is true. Let me see what else I can find here. Hannah says, however, all that says when it goes wrong, that means it's not the norm. Yeah, it's atypical. I mean, the thing is like this kind of like attributes like a negativity to it. And I disagree with that. I mean, if there was like something that prevents them from living their life as they see fit, like I would imagine if they're like born without an arm or they have a negative heart condition, it's situations like that where it's like, okay, that's a negative outcome. But being trans in and of itself, outside of a societal concern, there's nothing, a person would be able to live their life just fine. We just have to frame society in such a way where we don't discriminate against trans people. Excadriller says, yo, first, if I had the neurological difference that says I am more female than male, am I a woman? I mean, you would feel internally that you're a woman. Yeah, you're bigender, you're a woman. Yo, first, if I call in, you promise we going to play nice. Today, sniping, etc. Sure, I'll play nice with you. Chapfish says, what is truth in your worldview? Predictability. Basically, if you make a prediction and it shows that it actually exhibits, that would be closer to truth than away. Bacon, Egg, and Cheese says, have you worn lipstick before, by the way? On stream? No. This is my first day. Excadriller says, LOL, what? AWOL says, no sniping, I meant. Why would I snipe you? How do I snipe you? GGM says, lol, so this flag believes that undifferentiated cells equal to female? Yeah. Well, specifically gonadally, they would have a vagina. But the way that it forms initially, I mean, to be fair, it's genetically ambiguous. But it basically starts, let me see if I can show a picture that's not like TOS. Gonna see if I can find something like that. Hold on. I think there's something like that in the book. This does it, but super, not okay to share. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll take a screenshot and then you can look at it on IMGUR or whatever. But I mean, FYI, I can't show this on stream. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Hey, did I just get a sub? Funk45, just subscribe. Yo, welcome to the woke crew. I'm woke. Shit, I almost showed that on stream. I'm sorry. Here we go. If you want to see it yourself, just be aware that it is showing genitalia development and how it works. So it's like drawn genitals, basically. There it is. Basically, it starts off as genetically ambiguous, but you effectively have like a hole there. And it either develops in one way or another. Specifically among females, the clitoris shrinks, and then you will have a labia, vagina, urethra, outer labium. And for the males, the labia will fuse together and make a ball sack. The clitoris will enlarge, become a penis, and the gonads descend. That's what happens, and it is hormone driven. Toasty says, "Go woke or go broke." Not if we get unions. Merry Christmas, everybody. Or in the case of females lack testosterone. Hell, you should see when there's XY chromosomes, but they have like an androgen insensitivity syndrome, which causes them to be female. That shit's wild. Chatfish says, who or what is your standard of truth? I already told you. Predictability. Keep guns. Are you calling in tonight? GGM says, flag, do you believe lung cells and heart cells are the same? No. You do understand that they arise from the same cells, right? All cells start undifferentiated and then they specialize. Yeah, and I gave you the mechanisms, how that happens. Keep Gun says, just join the stream. Welcome. Welcome. I'm being woke as shit. Do you see where it says make America great again, but for the working class? What do you think? Damn it. PCOS is often androgen-rich females. PCOS. What is PCOS? I remember looking this up. Common hormonal disorder in reproductive aged women, characterized by irregular periods, excess male hormones, and often polycystic ovaries. Damn. Brutal. Brutal. GGM says, LOL, he's so fucking stupid. Why? Why are you being mean to me? It's Jesus's birthday. How do I have this on my hat and it not fall? Hell yeah. How do I look? Am I politically confusing yet? Bacon, egg, and cheese says use duct tape or glue it. LMAO. Probably. I'll use another tape. Here. You soy, it's like glue for you. It's true. No, don't fall. Oh, come on, Amender. I'm making a funny joke. Chopfish says, if predictability is your standard of truth, can it account for logic, morality, and the uniformity of nature without presupposing God who sustains them? I don't need to. It's axiomatic. It's an axiom. But if you really wanted something to predicate all of that, then I could just invoke a non-anthropomorphic entity. That would be good enough. Keep Gun says, you look like a gay superhero, dude. Hell yeah, based. I want to be a gay superhero. I want to make America great again for the working class. Captain Confused. My pronouns are he, her, it. Hannah says, what the heck does it say on that paper? It says for the working class. Hold on. The lighting. See? It says, make America great again for the working class. That's what I believe. Do y'all believe that? I believe that. What would your powers be? I would turn you trans. I would make you the opposite. You would just become the opposite sex. Sorry, I wouldn't make you trans. You would just become the opposite sex. I think there's a character like that in One Piece. What was his name? Yeah. Here we go. Is this really his name? Horu no Mi. A paramecia type devil fruit that grants the user the ability to create a variety of special hormones that can alter the recipient's body in any way the user desires, making the user hormone controlling human. It was eating by Imperio Ivankov, sometimes in the God Valley incident. Yes. So this is the character that has the power of reversing your sex. My hero. Iva is the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom, once known as Okama King, and a miracle person. He's one of the Revolutionary Army's founding members, as well as a commander of the G Army, which covers the Grand Line, a former slave of the world of nobles. He escaped during native hunting competition on God Valley and was responsible for the God Valley incident along with Ginny. He was formerly a prisoner. Hold on, where's the... Let's see here. Hold on. Gallery, video games, personality, relationships, enemies, others, abilities, and powers. Here we go. My God, dude. Yo, let's get some props for whoever's keeping this up to date. He is considered the greatest Okama in the world. As queen of the Kamabaka kingdom, Eva controls an island of male transvestites, which gives him a similar status on par with Boa Hancock. Wow. First about to ban all of us from YouTube right now. Oh, that's funny. Flashy says, I'm going to pretend I did not tune into this stream. LOL. Wait, what do you mean? I'm representing the working class. Look, do you see what it says? Make America great again for the working class? Hannah says, that would be awful. I would not want to be a dude. Well, that's okay. I wouldn't use my powers to turn people into something they don't want to be. I would turn them into... I would go all the Nazis, right? There would be all the Nazis in their Nazi rally. I'd be like, listen, I could turn you into a cute anime girl. I can do it right now. You don't have to do all this. And more than half of them would be like, yes, me. I'm miserable. I want to do that. What is with Nazis and anime girls? Like little anime girls, like 11-year-olds. Base God Flashy says, bro, you bought a MAGA hat. I did not buy a maggot hat. My cousin bought me this hat. And I wanted to wear it as a gag for the stream. And it says here, for the working class. And he's saying I'm wearing lipstick. Yeah, I want to look fabulous. What do you want? AWOL says, in a normal world, yes, but in a world where one person has superpowers and others don't, it's not the same thing. Bacon, Egg, and Cheese says, probably do a social experiment and wear a red hat that looks like a MAGA hat, and it says something entirely else on it. That would be funny. Make the CCP great again. You look like you're getting ready to star in a reboot of the Golden Girls. Dang. It's funny. These old ass ladies. Dang. Look at these old ass lady. We got them old ass lady. Brutal, bruh. Keep Gun says Nazis and Anime Girls. Sounds like a great title for a show in 2025, 2026. True, dude. Dude, there's so many Nazis that are just, they're unironically, they love little anime girls. I could show you. I could show you. Hold on. I'll just show you just so you can see. It's every freaking time. It's so common. I just got to scroll a little bit on Twitter and I'll find it. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Just give me a sec. Look. That didn't take long. What the hell? I want to look at this. Look at the Nazis, bro. They love little anime girls every time. I don't know why. I don't know what their fascination is with that. But that is their fascination. They like that. Hannah says, I also don't get why dudes want to be girls and they still be attracted sexually to girls. Hey, man. I ain't gonna yuck their yum. As long as it's consenting adults, I don't care. I don't care at all. Nazis on Twitter with 5-year-old anime girl PFPs. Dude, it is so true. It's not just me. It's not just me that's noticing the trend. Nazis love being a little cute anime girl. They love it. I'm not making that up. Every freaking time, bro. Every time. Twitter sucks, bro. Twitter sucks. AWOL Thought says, that's what makes the joke funny, because in the woke generation, now they replace all these old biological women with newfangled trans women who are younger and probably different races too. Based and woke pilled. I want to replace all the straight white men with all trans black. I want them all to be. Sorry. That's really funny. I'm going to save that for later. Maybe I'll clip that. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling. Base Cop Flashy says there's a reactionary YouTuber called Reverend Says Desu who is anti-woke and transphobic, but uses an anime girl VTuber model that looks like a kid. Every time, dude. Every time. Keep Gun says, I know trans girl who likes girls. Shrug. I call them to wish a Merry Christmas today. I have to say that they are great about staying in touch and wishing happy birthdays. Aw. That's cute. Excadriller says, first master plan. Yes, replace all white men with trans black. No more white people in America. All men must wear makeup. You're required now. Sorry, you have to. You don't get a choice. No more choices. You must wear makeup. You have to. Especially if you're white and male. Especially if you're white and male. You are forced to wear makeup. Oh, also, and you're not allowed to worship Jesus anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hannah says, you sound like Lady Fascism from MDD. She wants to make all white men trans women. Send your white women to me. Have you ordered from DK Oldies before? No, I have not. Let's see. Keep Gun says, only wore makeup for one instance and I was acting at the Fine Arts Center. Otherwise, no thanks. No, you are now required. This is now Wokistan. We have changed America into Wokistan. You will eat the bugs. He's sounding mighty dictatorial-ish. Yes. I am right, and you are wrong. That was funny. What else? Woke by John based. Bacon, eggs, and cheese says, any pets, by the way? Yeah, I have a little kitty. Her name is Pepper. Let me see if I can find her. Pepper! Mo! Pepper! Pepper! Mo! I'm going to find her. I think she's vibing under the couch. And this fell. This fell. I'm sorry. I hope y'all are having a Merry Christmas. Because I'm having a very Merry Christmas. If predictability is merely your axiom, can it justify? Yeah, I know what you're doing. It's the Christian presuppositionalist argument. I've already exampled it. It's an axiom, so you don't need to justify or predicate it. That's what axioms are. And secondly, even if you don't find that to be acceptable, once again, you can presume a non-anthropomorphic source to all these things. So none of it follows. Keep Gun says, have a great Christmas, Excadriller. Davy Day says, wear skirts. Based. There are now all men are required to wear skirts in my woke universe. KZ's here. Hi, KZ. Merry Christmas. I'll see you in VR tonight, KZ. Hannah says, did you go visit family for the holiday? I did. AWOL Thought says, what was the coolest Halloween costume you ever had? I dressed as a woman. I'm not even kidding. I dressed as a woman. That was the best one I had. That's funny. Oh, hold on. Yep, got another one. Check it out, chat. We caught another one. I'm telling you. Why do they like being a little anime girl? Forever Rain says, why are you wearing that god-awful hat? Did you not read the sign? It says, shit, for the working class. Make America great again for the working class. Fuck. Fuck. This fucking sucks. This is for the... Let me get tape. I gotta get more tape. It fell over as I was looking for my cat. Charfish, call up. You can call. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Hannah says, are you transitioning? Maybe. Charfish says, explaining how it doesn't follow. Don't just skip it. Explain how it doesn't follow. I just did. I explained it. Pepper? Was that you, duties? Hi. Say hi to Pepper, everybody. Come here. Oh, hello. Hi, duties. Aw, kitty. She loves me. She loves it. Yeah, Pat. Okay. I'm sorry, this is a terrible angle for Pepper. Normally she's up on the desk. Come on up here. There's tape you could mess with. Okay. She's just vibing. Forever Rain says, no, Amender is all the way transition based. Hannah says, how many drinks are you in? 0. 0 drinks. This is me completely sober. Keep Gun says, it is a cat. I love kitties. I have 5. Great. Chowfish says, you didn't. Yeah, I did. Keep Gun says, she looks like a sweetie. She is a sweetie. Can I pick you up? I know you don't like being picked up, but I just want to show you to everybody. Come on up. Here. Could you come up? Come up. Here. Come on. She's like, no, I don't feel like it. She knows. She just doesn't feel like coming up. Come on. Come on. No, she's not coming up. She's like, I don't feel like it. I want to be down here, says Pepper. Says Duties. Let's see. Is this person just a Nazi? Yep, it sure is. It sure is. It sure is. Just a Nazi that's also for some reason a little anime girl. I don't know why. Please don't ask me these questions as to why they want to be a little anime girl. But they do. They want to be a little anime girl. I'm curious as to how many other people are also want to be little anime girls. Look, they're everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. Another anime girl also happened to be Christo-fascist. Little anime girl, little anime girl, little anime girl, little anime girl. Dude, I'm not making this up. Why? Why are they always little girls? I'm telling you, dude. If I had the, Hannah says, do you need me to send you estrogen pills? Maybe. I don't know. I got to get diagnosed. Yeah, no, it's wild, dude. They love little anime girls. They're all about it. They can't get enough of it. Look, another one. Little anime girl. Why do they like the little anime girl? They also like lollies. See, I'm telling you, dude, little anime girls. They're all against, you know, they're like, hey, you know, we're against abusing children. Meanwhile, for some reason, weird obsession with little anime girls. Like they look like 10. That's just how it is. Chowfish is once again being a moron, saying is God is not the justification. How can your axiom of predictability have any ultimate authority or guarantee of truth at all? Yes, it's non-anthropomorphic. It just means it's not anthropomorphic. That's it. That's it, silly. That's it. Now Google what anthropomorphism means. You got this. I believe in you. Yo, based. Wait. Based. And not giving a fuck what people think of them. That's super based. Super based. Anyway, I'm not going to stream my Twitter because Jesus Christ. Twitter's a goddamn nightmare, bro. Transmaxing is a myth. Yo, true. True and based. Also, this, very true. This is very true. They hate Christmas because they hate us. Why do they hate us? They clearly hate Christianity. Keep Gun says, Chet, be chill today. It's Christmas. Hannah says, we have contemplated of banning anime little girls' PFPs in the server. Would be a positive move in your favor. Would using God to justify things why? Lol, using God to so Davey, here's how it works, right? If you've never seen like Darth Dawkins and his idiot crew, Darth Dawkins does this argument. It's called presuppositionalism. Basically what they argue is like you can't ground facts and logic without there being like a first prime mover. And that first prime mover has to be God. And since atheists have no God, they can't attribute any facts or logic because they can't ground it under any single source. Problem behind this is, number one, axioms exist. You can have things that are just root facts. They just are the way they are. You don't need to justify it. And then the next problem, if that's not satisfying, then you can invoke a non-anthropomorphic entity in placeholder of God. The non-anthropomorphic entity means like it doesn't have a mind, it doesn't think, it doesn't care if you sin or not. It's not like a man in the sky with like a beard. It's not a trinity. It wouldn't even have the concept such as object because it exists beyond space-time. So like I can either invoke a non-anthropomorphic entity or I can invoke an axiom. So that's why his argument is really, really dumb. Let's see. AWOL Thought says, what is transmaxing? Transmaxing just means that you're like going all the way, like trying to be trans. Like you're going way out of your way. Chowfish says, you're cutting off. I'm cutting off? No, I have literally like no dropped frames. Get better internet. Or call in. Better yet, call in. That's the move. Call in. Just call. AWOL says, yeah, because as much as I love debating him, it might get heated, and today is not the day for that. True. Forever Rain says, what? LOL, that's not transmaxing. Did I get it wrong? Oh shit, I'm wrong. You're right, I'm wrong. So it says, transmaxing is an anti-transgender trope and conspiracy theory that originated in the far-right incel online communities. It is not a legitimate form of gender transition or identity. The term is used by right-wing figures to spread false narratives and fearmonger about transgender people. Yahoo News UK. You may have heard rumblings of problematic online transmaxing in the wake of ultra-conservative pundit Charlie Kirk being fatally shot on September 10th. But what does it actually mean? This confusing term started popping up as a way for Republicans to link the shooting of transgender people, despite the man arrested for allegedly shooting Kirk to be a cisgendered man. This anti-trans blame game started as the news outlets like the Wall Street Journal's reporting suggested that the fatal shooting was connected to transgender people because the ammunition was engraved with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology, a speculative theory that the publication then quietly walked back. But the damage was already done, and the GOP immediately latched onto the idea. The right's anti-trans hate, when further sparked by speculation that alleged Kirk shooter Tyler Robinson may have had a romantic relationship with his roommate who was supposedly, quote-unquote, transmaxing. More than being the actual path towards gender transition, GLAAD calls transmaxing a common anti-trans trope used by right-wing political figures and media to fearmonger and fuel false narratives about transgender people. But what is this toxic trend all about, and how is it damaging to the trans community? To break it down, we talked to gender-affirming therapist Jess Claude Felter and Willow Sipling, a nonprofit program director, educator, sociology PhD student at the Western Michigan University, where she focuses her research on organizational ethics, religious fundamentalism, and conversion therapy. What is transmixing? One theory for why Robinson allegedly shot Kirk was that he was a quote-unquote groiper, the name for followers of white nationalist activist Nick Fuentes, who believe that women have more power in society, then life will be easier if they transition genders, regardless of whether or not that they identify with their gender assigned at birth or not. Transmaxing is a term created by the manosphere and online incel involuntary communities who aren't actually trans, but think that they become women, they'll have better dating odds, it'll make sex easier, or you'll get more sympathy or empathy and escaping all those male burdens. Jesus. I had no idea that that's what that was. Thank you, Rain. That's wild. That is wild. Keep Gun says it's weird how blowing a Jesus has such different meaning from when I was okay. I see what I picked up what you put down. I get it. Chopfish is once again stuck on precept, even though I explained it already. Forever Rain says predictability is not an axiom. Correct. It's not. But I do use predictability to determine truth. Basically, if you can predict things to a greater extent, that's closer to truth as opposed to further from truth. Davey Day says, Chowfish, you can't control yourself without God giving you morals. How about you just have personal morals? You don't know what good and evil is? Yeah, you don't understand his level of oughts, bro. You do not understand what it takes in order to be a pre-supper. He's never going to walk away. He's never going to be able to. He's going to ask you that you can't ground any of your questions because you don't have a God to ground logic. Okay, so transmaxing is just another catchphrase buzzword. Salad shit to make people mad for no reason. Got it. So transmaxing is apparently it's like cisgendered people that decide to go transgender because they'll have better dating odds, make sex easier, or you'll get more sympathy and empathy and escaping all those quote unquote male burdens. Number one, I feel like you're not going to have better dating odds. Why would it make sex easier? You have a lot more to explain. You'll get more sympathy or empathy. Not if you're with right-wingers. and escaping all those male burdens. As opposed to what? The trans burdens are much worse than male burdens. I promise you that. Holy crap. Everything is wrong about this. It's a bunch of incels being like, if I turn trans, then I have better dating odds. What? Why not just like work on your personality? Like be like not a terrible person. AWOL says, Davey, that good or evil question. How do you feel about abortion not coming in? Oh, okay. They're asking Davey. It's like 10 o'clock. I just realized I have work in the morning. Fuck. I have work in the morning. Fuck. All right, y'all. I gotta call it. I hope you guys had fun. Did y'all have fun? I had fun. I hope y'all had fun. I had fun. It was good. It was a good day. Consider a subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm a very small YouTuber. Any amount is really fabulous. Like, hey, one sub, that's a success in my book as far as I'm concerned. So if you're not subbed, be subbed, because that costs $0. You'll see me stream very soon. If you know, I stream every Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Typically, I have a co-host. Today, I didn't bring in Daniel because it's Christmas. But I also usually stream on weekends, so you'll see me more. Just sub. You'll sub. Hit the bell. You'll know when I'm showing my next. I've been showing some various shorts, and I'll be publishing even more shorts after that. So I appreciate y'all very much for the love. We're going to be doing more of this. So I will see you soon.